Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in My Hero Academia with a Mangekyo Sharingan, Part 5. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
Akutami Residence, morning. After Yuta left, the house felt quieter after Yuta left. Aiko wheeled herself back from the door, hands resting in her lap as she stared at the empty entryway for a moment longer than necessary. "He'll be okay," she murmured to herself. From the hallway, Eri peeked around the corner, rabbit clutched to her chest. "Aiko-san?" Aiko turned, smile returning. "Yes, sweetheart." Is Yuta going to be gone all day?" "Most of it, yes. But he'll be back this afternoon." Aiko wheeled closer. "How about we make something special for when he gets home? Would you like that?" Eri's eyes brightened. "Okay. Good." Aiko reached out and patted her head gently. "Now, why don't you work on that coloring book we started yesterday? I have some things to finish up, and then we'll start cooking." Eri nodded and padded off toward the living room, settling onto the couch with her book. Aiko turned her attention back to the dining table. Her laptop was open, the screen glowing with the interface of a popular web novel platform. She scrolled through the analytics of her latest mystery chapter, The Shadow's Debt, which had gone live the night before. She scanned the reader comments, her attunement subconsciously searching for the emotional flavor of the feedback. Most were praising the tension of the latest cliffhanger, but one comment made her linger: the protagonist's son is acting suspiciously. Is he hiding a secret, or is he just a teenager? Aiko's finger hovered over the trackpad before sighing a moment later. Life had a funny way of imitating the fiction she wrote. "Yuta, what are you?" She paused mid-thought, sensing a subtle emotional ripple from the living room. Aiko turned slightly. "Eri? Are you alright?" With Eri joining the household, she'd made it a point to keep her quirk active as much as possible. A constant low-level awareness of the girl's emotional state. The little girl peeked over the back of the couch. This page is hard." Aiko smiled. "Bring it here, sweetheart." Eri hopped down and shuffled over, lifting the book. It was a page with a forest scene. More lines, more shapes, and more complexity than the previous ones. "Ah," Aiko said. "This one is tricky. Can I skip it?" Eri whispered. "You can," Aiko said gently. "Or we can do it together later." "Okay." She was just about to turn the page when the doorbell rang. She glanced at the clock. 9:42 a.m. Strange. I'm not expecting anyone. Is Yuta back? Eri's eyes lit up with hope. No. I don't think so. Aiko frowned slightly. "Eri, sweetie, stay here." Aiko wheeled herself toward the entryway, her attunement expanding. Usually, she could categorize a visitor before she even touched the handle. The hurried, hollow impatience of a delivery driver or boredom of a neighbor. What she felt from the other end, however, was anticipation and excitement. She opened the door and blinked in genuine surprise. Standing on her porch was a woman with wind-swept, violet hair and a sharp, athletic build, dressed in a professional navy blazer. She was carrying a lavish basket of pastries and premium tea. "Good morning, stranger," came the bright voice. Rin, surprise. Rin Hayashi, the speed hero, Velik, grinned. Aiko breathed. "What on earth are you doing here?" "I was in the neighborhood," Rin said, lifting the basket decorated with cheap sparkly stickers. "And then I thought, I should congratulate my old partner's kid for absolutely crushing the sports festival. So here I am. Best of all, I bring tribute." Aiko laughed. "Tribute?" "Pastries," Rin announced proudly. "The good kind. You didn't have to, but thank you. Come in." Rin stepped inside and immediately spotted Eri standing uncertainly beside the couch. "And who is this adorable little creature?" Rin asked softly, her professional, hero, warmth radiating outward to put the child at ease. Eri flushed and hid behind Aiko's chair. "This is Eri," Aiko said. "She's staying with us for a while." Rin crouched down, resting her elbows on her knees. "Hi, Eri. I'm Rin. I used to work with Aiko a long time ago." Eri blinked. Hi." Rin let out a delighted gasp. "What a cute tiny voice. I must protect it. Please don't overwhelm her. She's still adjusting." "Right. Sorry. Professional hazard." She glanced back at Eri. "You can go back to your coloring, sweetheart. I promise I won't be loud." Eri nodded and shuffled back to the couch, clutching her book. Aiko wheeled toward the kitchen to set out the pastries, deactivating her attunement in the process. It was a professional courtesy she always extended to Rin. Old friends didn't need to be read like open books, and Aiko prided herself on being a considerate host. With the quirk off, the emotional hum of the room vanished, leaving Aiko with only her natural senses. "So. Tea? Coffee? I have patrol in an hour, so coffee sounds perfect." Across the room, Eri's hand froze mid-stroke. A dull, rhythmic throb, followed by a yellow glow, enveloped Eri's horn. Eri's hand twitched, and she pulled it back from the crayon quickly, clutching it to her chest. Then reached up, her small fingers brushing against the base of her horn. It felt hot and itchy, and it hurt. Eri bit her lip, forcing herself to stay quiet. She wanted to say something, but Aiko and Rin were laughing about a story from their old patrol days. She didn't want to be a bother. "It's okay. It'll stop. It always stops." She picked up the crayon again with trembling fingers and kept coloring. Aiko didn't notice. League hideout, night, the bar smelled of iron and ozone. Tamura Shigaraki sat on a stool, his breathing ragged and shallow. His black hoodie was slashed across the chest, the fabric drenched in blood that stained his pale skin. Beside him, Kurojire's misty form was unusually agitated, his neck brace dented where a blade had nearly found purchase. "I'll kill him," Shigaraki hissed. "To actually attack me. Who the hell does he think he is? That bastard, I'll decay his eyes and feed them to him." His voice dripped with malice and murderous intent. "Oi. What the hell happened?" Rappa asked. "We went to see the hero killer," Kurojire replied. "He was more formidable than anticipated. Their meeting with Stain had been a disaster. Shigaraki had gone in expecting to be the boss, offering the hero killer a seat at his table. His recruitment pitch? Death, destruction, and the grand desire to kill all might. Basically tearing down the world because it annoyed him. Stain had responded by pinning Shigaraki to a brick wall with a flurry of daggers that moved faster than the eye could follow. If the hero killer hadn't been visibly favoring his right side, lingering injuries from a recent clash with a white-haired ghost, Shigaraki's head would currently be on a pike in a Hosu alleyway. Rappa whistled. "Damn. You really pissed him off, huh?" "Shut up," Shigaraki spat, clutching his bleeding chest. "Just, shut up. I advised caution. Next time, we should not engage so rashly without backup. You came with me, didn't you? Fat lot of good that did. You are still alive, are you not? Shut up." Kurojire's yellow eyes flickered, but he didn't rise to the bait. He knew Tamura's tantrums were often a byproduct of a bruised ego more than a bruised body. The hero killer had not only humiliated him but also called him a brat with no vision. Tamura's rage was understandable. However, lingering on the past would be a waste of time. "He is a fanatic, Tamura," Kurojire said, moving behind the bar to tend to Shigaraki's wounds. "His purge is his religion." To him, you are a heretic because you kill without a why that satisfies his ego. I have a why. Shigaraki slammed his hand onto the bar, luckily a new one, though it immediately began to crack under his four-fingered grip. I want everything to break. That's plenty of why. To us, perhaps. But not to him. Kurohige paused, his mist shifting as he recalled the intensity in the hero killer's gaze. Luckily, this wasn't a complete failure. We have gleaned something valuable. Huh? What's that? To us, perhaps. But not to him. Kurohige paused, his mist shifting as he recalled the intensity in the hero killer's gaze. Luckily, this wasn't a complete failure. We have gleaned something valuable. Huh? What's that? The hero killer's motives. Kurohige replied. During the confrontation, I noticed something. Stain's philosophy is built on the elimination of fakes. He views the current hero hierarchy as a garden of weeds that needs a scythe to cut down the rotten elements. In this regard, both of you may have something in common. You both want to see the fall of the current order of things. Shigaraki looked up, blood trickling from his slashes. So? How does that help us? It means if we want to get him to work for us, we need to give him what he wants, Kurohige proposed. Stain is a fanatic. And fanatics cannot be recruited with vague promises of destruction. They must believe you share their vision, or at least that you can help them achieve it. Our previous discussion gave him no reason to join and every reason to see you as exactly what he despises. Get to the point already. What are you saying? I am saying we give him a target. Kurohige moved behind the bar, pulling out a stack of profile cards, pro-heroes ranked by public perception and popularity. Stain's ideology is clear: false heroes must die. Heroes who wear the title for fame, glory, and personal gain rather than true justice. If we want him to take us seriously, we must prove we understand his mission. We must give him a target he actually wants. Like who? Kurohige spread the cards across what remained of the counter. Then he tapped one card in particular. Endeavor's stern face stared up from the pile, flames flickering around the edges of the photo. The number 2 hero, precisely. Kurohige continued. Endeavor is the pinnacle of everything Stain loathes. He is a man driven by legacy, rank, and a cold, burning arrogance. To the hero killer, Endeavor is not a hero. He is the ultimate fake, a man who holds the highest office for the lowest reasons. Shigaraki stared at the card, his scratching finally slowing down. The idea began to take root in his mind, blossoming into something far more twisted than a simple recruitment. If we lure him out. Shigaraki muttered, a crooked, jagged smile spreading across his lips. If we create a stage in a place where the hero killer is already hunting, they'll collide. It won't matter if Stain likes me or not. He won't be able to resist a chance to get the number 2. Exactly. We do not need his permission to make use of him, Kurohige said, his yellow eyes glowing with a cold, calculated light. We simply provide the opportunity. We unleash the Nomu to draw the pros into the street, create a spectacle of violence, and let the hero killer do what he does best. In the eyes of the public, the League and the hero killer will be seen as a united front, a single, terrifying force against the system. Whether Stain succeeds or fails is irrelevant to us. What matters is that the public sees both sides as one. That way, if he succeeds in killing Endeavor, the credit goes to us. With the name we make from killing the number 2 hero, recruitment of those more capable will be easier than ever. Even if it fails, it is irrelevant. And once his reputation has drawn others to our cause, once we've used him to destabilize hero society. He let the sentence hang. Shigaraki's grin returned in full force. We kill him. Precisely. Use him, manipulate him, milk him for all he's worth, and get rid of him once he's served his purpose. The thought pleased Tamura to no end. For the first time since the USJ fiasco, the heavy weight of frustration seemed to lift from his shoulders. "I like it," Shigaraki whispered, his index finger hovering just millimeters above Endeavor's face on the card. "He thinks he's a martyr, a real hero, but he's just another NPC we're going to exploit to level up." His red eyes flickered toward the corner where Rappa was still leaning against the wall. "Rappa, get ready. We're going to Hosu. I want to see if the hero killer's conviction can stand up to a Nomu, or the number 2 hero's flames." "Hosu, huh?" Rappa grunted, pushing off the wall. "As long as there's someone worth hitting, I don't care." "Oh, there will be plenty to hit," Shigaraki promised. He turned back to Kurogyri. "Prepare the warp gate. If we're going to stage a play, we need to make sure the audience is watching." The atmosphere in Class 1A was a volatile mix of excitement and slight panic. "Now that you've had time to think, let's begin the presentations," Midnight announced. "Remember, a name is a wish for the future. It's the identity the world will know you by. Who wants to go first?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Students who were usually bursting with energy suddenly found their desks fascinating. Choosing a name was one thing, standing in front of the R-rated hero and your peers to declare it was another. "I shall be the one to light the way." Luckily, Aoyama had no such reservations. "My chosen name is I Cannot Stop Twinkling," he declared, holding up his board. The entire class, seriously? Interesting. It'll be easier to use if you take out the I and shorten it to Can't Stop Twinkling, Midnight suggested adjustments. The entire class, hold on. That passes? Magnifique. Aoyama sparkled literally as he returned to his seat. Me next. Me next. Ashido jumped to the front. She bounded to the front and held up her board with a grin. Alien Queen. Midnight's face darkened. You mean that horrible monster that spits acid? Absolutely not. Azui came up next. It's one I've had in mind. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Excellent. With that, more and more students got up to present their hero names. Yuta, however, still had his board blank. This is going to be difficult, isn't it? He wrote something down, then cleaned it off again for the 13th time. Not because he didn't have any ideas, but rather, he had too many. First choice. Atlas. It was one of those names he considered cool from Greek mythology. Too bad, Greek mythology was also a thing here. It would sound pretty pretentious. Ashborn? The thought barely emerged before he had to stifle a laugh. Too much of a solo leveling reference, plus his powers had nothing to do with fire or rising from the ashes. Hard pass. Aizen? That. It was pretty tempting purely for the aesthetic. However, Yuta couldn't decide if that was what he wanted for his hero name. It felt off to call himself Aizen without the matching powers. Kage? Shadow. Simple, clean and very Naruto. Automatic points were coming from his favorite anime, but also, overused. Half the edgy heroes probably had Shadow or Dark in their hero ID. And just like that, Yuta swapped through a dozen names. Indra, Limit, Nario, Arc, Darken, Wraith, Unbound, Winter, Ghost, Dark Wing, Phantom, Red Wing, Lock, Darkies, Endless, Seer, Merlin. He had even considered Darkside at some point, just for how cool it sounded. None sat well with him for different reasons. Just what am I missing? He watched as Kirishima went up with Red Riot, a tribute to a hero he admired. It was a solid name. Meaningful and direct. It made Yuta realize he was overthinking the cool factor. Most went for names with relations to their quirks. Uravity, Tsukuyami, Grape Juice, Charge Bolt, Anima, and Earphone Jack. Others went for their actual names. Shoto, Tenya, and Deku. Lastly, King Explosion Murder. The class was silent. I think that's a bit much. Midnight commented. Huh. What's wrong with it? How did he not end up in jail throughout the series? Yuta couldn't help but wonder. For someone who wants to reach the summit, he really acts more like a villain than. Yuta paused. Hold on. That's it. Alright then. Choosing names is going smoother than I thought it would. Midnight checked the time and smiled. The only ones left are Bakugo, who needs to rethink his, Midoriya, and our new addition to the class. Yuta just finished scribbling when Midnight's voice broke his trance. You're one of the few left. Don't tell me the winner of the sports festival is having stage fright. The class turned toward him. Bakugo, who had settled on Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite, which was promptly rejected, was glaring at him with his usual die energy. Midoriya looked on with curious, wide eyes, his own Deku board held firmly to his chest. Mr. Akutami. Are you ready? Yes. He climbed up the stage. Everyone's eyes focused on him, wondering just what his chosen hero name would be. Even Aizawa cracked an eye open from his sleeping bag. Well, here it goes. Yuta thought as he placed the board for everyone to see. My chosen hero name is... The silence that followed Yuta's reveal was different from the silence that followed Aoyama or Bakugo's. A collective mental search was the best way to put it. Midnight blinked. Once. Twice. Then she leaned forward, squinting at the board as if her eyes couldn't possibly be seeing this correctly. Akutami-kun. That is, a very bold choice. Are you, feeling alright? Yuta blinked. I'm fine. Why? Nothing. I just, never thought you were the type, but... Midnight continued, swooning over the board, referencing Madarajin, the ancient protector deity of Buddhist mythology. The god of destiny and performing arts. Yuta, the what? Midnight clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with an intensity that made Yuta take a half step back. Oh, don't be modest. Using the kanji. True, abundant, and goodness? It's a classic, sophisticated adage. To invoke the name of a hidden god who oversees the stars and the transition of souls. It's so poetic. I didn't know you were such a classicist. Yuta's stoic mask shattered. Madarajin? God of destiny? Performing arts? He glanced down at the board, his eyes scanning the sharp, traditional strokes he had painstakingly practiced to look authentic. True, many, goodness, and the surname. Midnight continued, touching her cheek. You wrote, uchi, for inner, and, ha, for wave. The inner wave of abundant virtue. It's so pure. It's like a monk's vow. Yuta felt the blood drain from his face. I just wrote kanji that matched the sounds. I didn't, it's surprisingly thematically sophisticated. Yaoyorozu added thoughtfully. Kiru, Tsuyu tilted her head, her finger to her lip. I didn't know you were religious, Yuta-chan. It's a very heavy name. It's more than heavy. Ida adjusted his glasses, peering at the board with academic fervor. To choose a name steeped in Buddhist theology suggests a desire to be a pillar of spiritual and moral guidance. Akutami-kun, I underestimated the depth of your conviction. It's perfect. Midnight declared. It's elegant. It's meaningful. It's one of the most poetic hero names I've seen in years. It shows a maturity that transcends the usual flashy titles. The class nodded in agreement. Yuta stared at them, horrified. This is not what he signed up for. He had wanted the name of a god-tier anime warlord who could casually drop meteors on people. Not some Buddhist musical theater destiny god. Approved. The virtuous hero, Madara Uchiha. Wait, no. That's not what I meant at all. The class froze. Midnight blinked. It's not. No! Yuta nearly yelled, taking the board back so fast that even Aizawa lifted an eyebrow. I'm changing the kanji. Actually, forget kanji entirely. I'll write it in katakana. He wiped the board aggressively, as if scrubbing away the shame itself. He had chosen Madara's name due to the link to his powers. It was understandable if people didn't get it, but in no way could we have people thinking he was some wandering sage of virtue. Simple and uninterpretable. That's better. He turned the board back to the class with a dark face. This, he said flatly, is the correct one. Midnight looked mildly disappointed, her shoulders slumping as the classicist fantasy crumbled. Well, katakana is the safest way to ensure the meaning is purely in the sound, I suppose. Though it does lose all that delicious cultural depth. I don't need cultural depth, Yuta muttered, feeling like his energy had been drained. That was not what I was going for to begin with. I see. Well, it sounds rather peculiar. Midnight said with a hand on her chin. Would you like to share how you came to this choice then? Is it someone you admire? A historical figure or a pro-hero, perhaps? Yuta scratched his cheek. Not exactly. He doesn't exist. Class, huh? It's from a dream I had a while back. Don't laugh. In it, I saw someone who used the same powers I do. He paused. Well, he looked like me. Just older and much stronger. Like a future version of me, as ridiculous as it sounds. The class leaned in earnestly. I guess I kind of liked the idea of having a name to grow into. So I borrowed the name he had in the dream and made it my target. A reminder of the ceiling I want to reach. He finished. Nothing mystical. Just a name for who I want to be someday. For a moment, he didn't know what to make of the silence that followed. A name to grow into. Midnight murmured, her initial disappointment completely replaced by a look of soft-eyed intrigue. A target for your future self. That's actually quite lovely, Yuta-kun. It's metal as hell, bro. Kirishima grinned, punching his palm. Chasing your own dream self? That's manliness right there. Rib bit. In other words, you're chasing the ceiling of your power, so you added. It explains why you kept fighting during the sports festival. Bakugo's face darkened. The words Yuta last said to him rang in his head. That's it, huh? His fists clenched. That's where his confidence comes from. Imaginary potential? TCH. A name from a dream? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. At least I didn't try to name myself Murder King, Yuta said without looking at him. What did you say? He's right though. Explosion Boy sounds better. Shut up, extras. Phew. That was close. Yuta exhaled. He'd successfully pivoted from Buddhist deity to enigmatic goal seeker. It was a bit Chinibyo, sure, but in a school full of kids wearing capes and shouting special move names, it wasn't all that weird. Turning, his gaze fell on Midnight, head tilted as she studied the katakana on the board. Madara uchiha, she hummed. It has a certain rhythmic weight to it, but the naming convention is a bit long for a hero ID. Usually, unless the surname carries a massive legacy, like Todoroki or Ida, young heroes tend to stick to a singular, punchy moniker. She leaned over the podium. Tell me, Yuta-kun. This uchiha from your dream, is that name as important as the Madara? Huh? In the field, you want something quick. Punchy. Easy for civilians to shout in a crisis. Midnight gestured with her whip. Two names work for established heroes with brand recognition, but for newcomers? One strong name is better, and Madara has a distinct ring to it. She smiled. Adding uchiha makes it sound like you're introducing yourself at a formal dinner rather than stopping a villain. It sounds more like an alias than a hero name. I would suggest modifying it. Oh. That's fine, I guess. Yuta said, reaching out and swiping a finger through the second half of the board, erasing the uchiha name. Perfect. Midnight beamed, stamping his approval form with a flourish. The aspiration hero, Madara. With that, he walked back to his seat looking relieved. Looking cool wasn't as easy as others made it. To think he almost capsized in the gutter. And finally, Midoriya. Izuku walked up, his eyes firm as he revealed his board. DKU. The class was stunned at his choice. Yuta watched the familiar scene play out, the rejection of a slur into a badge of honor. It was the kind of burning, heroic conviction Yuta didn't think he had. He couldn't help but ponder if his elaborate dream tale was Lord Explosion murder. The pondering died before it even began. If he's here, then it's not even a question. Yuta looked out the window. Meanwhile, Aizawa watched the new transfer student with slightly narrowed eyes and an unreadable expression before standing up. Well then, now that that's over, let's get back to the internships. He walked to the podium as Midnight stepped aside and stretched. They'll last for a week. As for where you'll have them, those who have offers will be given different lists so you can choose for yourself. Those who don't have offers will be allowed to select from a list of 40 agencies across the country that will be accepting our interns. The lists were distributed across the class. Like I said, choose carefully. You have till the weekend to turn in your choices. As for Bakugo, you have until tomorrow to come up with something that won't get you expelled. What the? Hold on. We only have 2 days. Yep. So start now. Dismissed. Aizawa closed the door behind them. Here I thought I'd get a class circle introduction or something. With Aizawa's departure, the class fell into a contemplative silence as most went about selecting their agencies. The reminder that they only had 2 days made sure they all focused. I want to fight in a big city with lots of bad guys. I want to go somewhere with lots of flooding. Maybe a lake. Hence, as the new kid in class, Yuta received no special attention whatsoever. Guess I thought too much. With nothing else to do, he went back down to studying the thick stacks of offers he had received. Let's see then. Best Jeanist. Nope. Nothing to learn from him, and I'm not really interested in wearing denim jeans, thank you very much. Next. Muscle Brawler Hero Agency? Whose agency is that? He reached into his pockets and took out his phone. Typing the words, Muscle Brawler. Hit send. Results came along. 5 seconds later. Hard pass. It was just like Aizawa said. An agency headquartered behind a convenience store. The head of the agency was a D-list hero who went by the name Muscle Lord, and his actual ability was just as bad as his naming sense. The agency was rather large, though, consisting of multiple E-lister pros, mainly of mutant quirks. There were multiple agencies of this level spread throughout Japan. Some stronger, some are weaker, and most are in the same city, occupying more than half of the 4,000 offers. No wonder crime rates were exceedingly low. For every villain that emerged, there were 4 heroes to hammer them back down. The majority of his time was spent crossing these agencies out. Until, his hands stopped at the next agency. Team Ida 10. Wasn't that Ingenium's team? 2 days ago, Ingenium had tried to arrest his shadow clone. In a twist of fate, he was offering the original body an internship. Last he heard on the news, Ingenium was still on the case to take down the hero killer and had even mentioned bringing in backup. To take interns now meant those interns would join in the hunt for Stain. I wonder what'll happen this time. He turned the page in deep thought. Compared to canon, the paths of Ingenium and Stain had been somewhat reversed. Ingenium was fine, Stain, on the other hand, not so much. With heroes crawling, he doubted Stain would easily resurface while still injured. He should be with the League of Villains by now. The next agency was one he wasn't expecting. Endeavor Hero Agency. An offer? From Endeavor? What sinister plot is this guy up to? Yuta stared at the booklet suspiciously, half expecting flames to start leaking off the page. Yuta gave the offer one look and moved on without a second thought. Next one. The Night Eye Agency. That's... He paused. This should be the guy who was investigating Overhaul in canon. The guy with foresight. From what Yuta could remember, he was one of the few who knew All Might's secret and was pretty eccentric. From the fact that he taught Mirio how to properly use his quirk, there was no doubt he was a good teacher. However, thinking carefully, Yuta realized that there was nothing to learn from him. Night Eye's entire specialty ran on predicting the future and anticipating the moves of your opponent. My last fight with Bakugo was probably what drew his attention. However, there was no way anything Night Eye taught him would be capable of replacing the Sharingan. In that case, it's just another waste of time. Yuta continued flipping through the pages, the effort feeling more taxing than the actual fighting. Dragon Hero Ryukyu. She sounds familiar. Hawks never saw him in the anime. Mount Lady. Rookie. Practically a worse choice. Fourth kind. Yuta stared at the offer. Why do I feel like this is a trap to get me to behave? He could already imagine it. Don't run in the halls. Enunciate, damn it. Stop brooding in corners like a delinquent. And you, fix your posture. Yeah. No. He wasn't subjecting himself to that. Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Mark's Master, the majority of those on this list couldn't be of help to him. Honestly, no one has a better understanding of my powers than me, so quirk-wise, they'll be of no help. But skill was different. In that case, there was only one other area that he needed to focus on. Close quarters combat. Yuta tapped his pen against the page. The Sharingan could copy techniques. His quirk gave him perfect body control. In theory, he could watch 1,000 martial arts videos and replicate every move flawlessly. The night after the sports festival, Yuta had put the theory to the test and realized 3 hours later that he could imitate forms, adjust angles, and balance perfectly. But that was all he could do. Use the moves how he saw it, in the way he saw it. A problem that would get him killed in actual combat. He had felt that in the scrap with Stain. From a bystander's perspective, he had come out victorious, which wasn't wrong. Though in reality, he had been reactive throughout the majority of the short exchange. The biggest element of his win was the hero killer being caught off guard by his object control. If not, things might have gone differently. Information isn't the same as conditioning, it seems. Technique wasn't the motion. It was the years of impact tolerance, instinctive counters, weight distribution, and the subtle pressure reading that only came from sparring opponents who were trying to take your head off. No video could teach that. No amount of imitation could replace an actual pro drilling your mistakes until they stopped happening. As much as he hated to admit it, Stain was right. He had nothing but instinct and faster perception. Both granted by the Sharingan. In reality, I can barely differentiate between a feint and a real attack. Neither do I have the experience to know which move to use, when to use it, or how to adapt when my opponent doesn't follow the script, against faster characters, and he knew there were faster characters. Even if he could see what they wanted to do beforehand, he wouldn't know how to respond. What he needed was obvious. Someone who could teach him not just how to fight, but when and why. Combat experience. That's what I'm missing. Outside his inner thoughts, the classroom had become a hive of activity. Most had settled on their internship choices, while those who hadn't were asking those who had. Has everyone picked where they're going yet? Mina uttered while lying lifelessly on her desk. I've decided on Uwabami. Momo muttered beside her. Her agency does a lot of public appearances and handles a wide variety of situations. I should get a lot of experience while going on patrols. Ribbit. What about you, Mina-chan? I've narrowed it down to 3. But they're all so far away. You'll be spending the week there, so distance shouldn't be a problem as I see it. Well, Mount Lady is my top pick. Mineta declared, a suspicious, watery glisten in his eyes. She's a rising star. The growth potential is humongous. You're thinking something perverted, aren't you, Mineta? Azui asked bluntly, not looking up from her own list. No. It's purely for the sake of professional giantess. I mean, heroics. Ribbit. Your face is red. That's because you're interrogating me. Near the back, Todoroki sat in silence, his list already folded and tucked away. His choice had been made before he'd even opened the envelope. Bakugo hadn't said a word about his choice, but the scowl on his face practically said it all. Where the hell is Endeavor on this list? Bakugo's list contained none of the top pro heroes. Out of the top 10, only 2 had sent an offer to him. Best Jeanist and Crust. None of them are good enough. Amidst the noise, the sound of a chair scraping against the linoleum floor drew a few eyes. Yuta was standing up, his stack of 4,000 offers reduced to a single, thin folder tucked under his arm. Whoa, dude. Kirishima called out, waving a hand. You're heading out already? Did you actually finish going through that mountain of papers? Yuta paused by the door, his hand on the handle. Not even close. I gave up around page 50. So you've made a choice. It is a monumental decision, Akutami-kun. It will shape your first steps into the professional world. Ida asked, standing up from his own seat. If you're having trouble, why not join me at my brother's agency? Yuta blinked, genuinely taken off guard. Ingenium? You're asking me to intern with your brother? Indeed. Ida nodded vigorously, his arm chopping the air. Ingenium, was quite impressed after witnessing your performance at the sports festival. He specifically requested I extend an invitation to you. Several heads turned at that. Wait, seriously? Kirishima leaned forward in his seat. Ingenium personally asked for him? That's so cool. Mina chimed in. The turbo hero himself. Ida nodded, adjusting his glasses with practiced precision. My brother noted that Akutami-kun's speed-based combat style would benefit greatly from his mentorship. After all, Ingenium has years of experience optimizing high-velocity heroics. The synergy would be quite natural. Midoriya, who had been quiet until now, perked up. That actually makes a lot of sense. Ingenium's agency handles a lot of urban patrol work, right? Fast response times, quick villain apprehension. Akutami-kun would get first-hand experience with speed-based tactics. Yeah, man. Kirishima chimed in, grinning. Getting a personal invite from a pro like that is super manly. Plus, Ingenium's got that whole hero legacy thing going, Zero added. Tenya's family has been doing this for generations. That's some serious pedigree. TCH. As if Four Eyes would offer anything worth it. Bakugo scoffed from his seat, not bothering to look up. He definitely wasn't sour that Ingenium's agency also wasn't on his list of offers. Hee. Don't listen to Bakugo. He's probably just jealous that. I am not. Well, he reacted to that pretty strongly. Why you? Yuta sighed at the antics. I appreciate the offer, Ida, he said. Really? Your brother sounds like an excellent hero, and I'm sure his agency is top tier. Ida's engines hummed faintly with anticipation. However, Yuta's tone remained polite but firm. I think I need something a bit more specialized for what I'm looking for. Specialized? Momo tilted her head slightly. In what regard? Yuta's expression remained neutral. Just a specific type of training I'm after. Nothing against Ingenium, I'm sure he's great at what he does. Ida's shoulders drooped slightly, though he recovered quickly. I see. That is understandable. Every hero must forge their own path. Still, Kirishima said, you've gotta have some idea where you're going, right? With 4,000 offers, there's gotta be something. Yuta glanced down at the thin folder under his arm. I'm going to go ask for help in cutting down the list, he said. There's too much fluff to sort through alone. Kaminari perked up. Help? From whom? Yuta offered a small smirk. The only person here who actually knows what useful looks like. With that, he slid the door open and vanished into the hallway. The class sat in brief silence. Then Mina broke it. Did he just say he's asking a teacher? Probably Aizawa-sensei, Azui said matter-of-factly. Ribbit. Makes sense, Momo agreed. Aizawa-sensei would have the best perspective on internship quality. Kaminari slouched. Man, I didn't even think of that. I just picked the one with the coolest name. That explains so much about you, Jiro muttered. Hey. Mina leaned back in her chair, grinning as she turned toward where Hagakure sat. So, Toru, how does it feel having your mortal enemy suddenly in the same class as you? There was a beat of silence. Then Hagakure's gloves slammed onto her desk. He is not my mortal enemy. Mina's grin widened. Sure sounded like it when you were screaming about meteorites. That was, it was justified, okay. Hagakure sputtered. By now, she had already figured out she had been overreacting back then. If anyone's to blame, it's those scary movies I watched during movie night. Uraraka giggled. You have to admit, it is kind of funny. It's not, Hagakure paused. Her sleeves crossed. Okay, maybe a little. In hindsight. But I was genuinely worried there'd be a fourth incident. Still superstitious? Mina teased. Kirishima chuckled, shaking his head. Honestly, he seems pretty chill now that he's here. Is that what you picked up? I thought he was the cold, quiet type, Ribbit. Cold? You should have seen the guy's reaction when he bumped into Hagakure for the third time outside the cafeteria last week. Siro grinned. Dude looked like he was going to disappear. He did disappear. Remember? Oh yeah. I wouldn't really say he's cold, but he does seem to keep to himself. Momo gave her observations. Kinda intense, though, Kaminari added. Like, you can tell he's always thinking about something. You ever considered that he's just thinking about his internships, idiots? What's there to think about? He's turning down Ingenium's offer. Kaminari leaned back, hands behind his head. Man, if Ingenium offered me a spot, I'd be out that door before he finished the sentence. Plus, it'd be way more fun with a classmate. Ribbit. I think Yuta-chan is just shy about his lack of experience, Sue added, her finger to her chin. He was in general studies yesterday. Being offered a spot by the number 14 hero is probably a lot of pressure. Pressure? That guy? Bakugo scoffed, leaning back so far his chair groaned. He's just full of himself. The only person who knows what useful looks like. Who does he think he is? Aizawa-sensei's secret love child? It should be more than that. Midoriya uttered in thought. Huh? Are you saying he really is Aizawa-sensei's love child, Deku? What? No. I just think it's not about the rank, Midoriya stammered. Just like he said, Akutami-kun's style is, well, it's different from Ida and Ingenium-san. Maybe he's looking for something more technical? You've all just barely met him. Jiro walked past with her list in hand. Maybe get to know him before coming to your own conclusions? The sound of the door resounded at that moment. Everyone turned to see Todoroki stepping out of the class. Todoroki-kun. Are you also going to Aizawa-sensei for help with picking an agency? Midoriya asked. Todoroki paused by the doorway. No. I've already made my choice. Kirishima raised a brow. Already? That was fast. It wasn't difficult. Todoroki glanced over his shoulder. I know what path I'm taking. There's no need for further input. And with that, he walked out. Meanwhile, the door clicked shut behind Yuta as he walked in. Inside, the lounge was far quieter than the hallway. In the corner, Aizawa was halfway into a fresh yellow sleeping bag, while Present Mike was loudly debating the merits of a specific radio jingle with Midnight. They all stopped when Yuta walked in. Akutami, Aizawa sighed, the sound of a man who had already dealt with enough paperwork for one lifetime. The deadline is in 2 days. If you're here to complain about having too many offers, save it. Most of the class would kill for your problem. A few teachers sat scattered around. Snipe leaning against the kitchenette counter and Cementos reviewing some paperwork. I'm not complaining, Yuta said, walking up to the desk and dropping the folder in front of his teacher. You said to ask if I needed help. Well, here I am. I did, though I didn't think you'd take up the offer. Aizawa sat up slowly, the sleeping bag sliding to his waist. Most kids your age think they've already reached the peak because a few thousand people cheered for them. They pick the biggest agency, spend a week signing autographs, and learn absolutely nothing. Snipe, passing by with a fresh cup of coffee, chuckled. Good head on your shoulders, kid. I've seen third years waste their final internships on glitz and glamour, only to regret it when they hit the real streets. Every year, same story. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. He leaned back slightly, arms crossed. So. What do you want? Yuta placed the folder on the table between them. I need someone who can train me in martial arts. Close quarters combat. Preferably a place where I won't have to dedicate time to patrol work or community service. Just actual fighting. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad, he said after a moment. You've clearly thought this through. He picked up the folder, flipping it open. Increasing your skill in close quarters will boost your efficiency in combat, especially when paired with your speed. His gaze swept over the list. Unlike most students, your time would be better spent learning technique instead of walking around playing hero for the cameras. He paused. Too bad. There's only so much you can learn in a single week. Martial arts takes years of muscle memory. Actually, Yuta interrupted, I learn faster than most. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Confidence is good, but it's not confidence. It's my quirk. Explain. Yuta shrugged. My quirk doesn't just give me object control and enhanced physiology. I can also make it affect my perception and memory retention. The usual black of his pupils bled into crimson. 3 tomo-like markings spun around each iris. Several teachers in the lounge stopped what they were doing. When my eyes are like this, Yuta continued, my perception of time slows significantly. I can process information faster, retain it perfectly, and my body can automatically adjust to replicate what I see. He met Aizawa's gaze evenly. If I watch someone perform a martial arts technique once, I can copy it. Perfectly. Down to the angle, balance, footwork, everything. And because of my body control, I can execute it immediately. The room was dead silent. Cementos set his papers down. That's remarkable. Photographic memory, Snipe muttered. But weaponized. Aizawa didn't look away from Yuta. Photographic muscle memory paired with high-speed perception, Aizawa whispered. That's a scary combination, kid. If that's the case, you're right that 1 week of training with the right person would be exponentially more valuable for you than it would be for anyone else. It was basically skipping years of formal training with a single look. All that was needed right after was application. So you'll need a pro who has time to train you properly, won't hold back, and specializes in close-quarters combat. Yuta deactivated the Sharingan, his eyes returning to their usual black. That narrows your list down to almost zero. Few heroes specialize in martial arts. Most of these pros have agencies to run or multiple interns to babysit. And unfortunately, the best person for this isn't even on your list. Who? The rabbit hero, Mirko. Ranked number 6. With only early season 4 level of MHA knowledge, Yuta knew there were a lot of things he would be missing. The rabbit hero, Mirko. Ranked number 6. This person was partially among it. Mirko. It was a name Yuta recognized. Not through meta-knowledge but through the hero billboard chart within 15 years of memories. The fierce, high-energy hero known for her devastating leg strength and relentless offense. Is she that good? In close-quarters combat? Aizawa's tone was flat. She's the best active hero outside of All Might. Raw power, speed, aggression, she fights like a wild animal, and she's damn good at it. Yuta frowned. Then why didn't she send an offer? Was my performance not enough? It's not that. Mirko doesn't run an agency. She works solo, no sidekicks, no teammates and no fixed location. Aside from that, she's single-mindedly focused on fighting strong opponents. Aizawa shook his head. There was zero chance she'd pick an intern, even if you'd won the whole festival. If I had to bet, she probably doesn't even know you exist. And even if she did, she wouldn't teach you anything because, frankly, you're too weak. She'd take one look at you and move on. Yuta's lip twitched. The bluntness of the statement was classic Aizawa, but it stung. Is there any way I can request an internship with her? We don't do that here. And even if we did, the answer would most likely be no. You might not like it, but it is what it is. She's a battle maniac only interested in a good fight. Unless you can grant her that, there's no way she'd agree. That's just problem 1. I'm not saying there's no chance, so you can try asking her yourself, but you gotta find a way to contact her first. By yourself. The others on your list, Gunhead, Fourth Kind, they're good, Aizawa continued, leaning back. But they'll be busy with other interns. You'll be one of 4, maybe 5. You won't get the focus training you're looking for. He slid the folder back across the table toward Yuta. While it's unfortunate, you need to face reality. These are your options. He tapped the folder twice. Gunhead solid for fundamental combat techniques. Fourth Kind will drill discipline into you. Both would be decent choices given your circumstances and you'll get a crash course in manners and basic patrol procedures. Aizawa reached out, sliding the folder back across the desk toward Yuta. It's not the best, but it's better than nothing. You still have 2 days. Go think about it. He finished, already beginning to zip himself back into his yellow cocoon. Yuta exhaled, tucking the folder under his arm. Thanks, sensei. Aizawa waved dismissively without looking back. Don't mention it. Yuta headed toward the door. The moment it clicked shut behind him, the ambient noise of the lounge returned. Present Mike set his phone down. Man, that's rough. Kid's got the tools, but the best option's completely out of reach. Cementos nodded thoughtfully. It's unfortunate, but not uncommon. Mirko's reputation precedes her, she's never taken on anyone. Not even top-ranking students from past years have managed to secure her mentorship. That's if she can even mentor anyone. It's more likely she'll beat the crap out of them day in and day out till she gets bored. Won't end well for either side. Listening, Aizawa shook his head, silently disagreeing with that statement. His words have some truth to them, he thought at Snipe's words. But only if they aren't capable. If his ability is as good as he says, coupled with his healing and speed, he'll probably last longer than most. That, however, didn't change that he was going to get beaten. He'll benefit at a cost. It's pointless contemplating it if it isn't possible. Probably only the principal could arrange something like that. Mirko was a UA graduate. If the principal put in a word, perhaps it could work out. But even then. He shrugged. Mirko does what she wants. No amount of negotiating will change that if she's not interested. Snipe snorted through his mask. Still, it feels like a waste, you know? The kid's quirk has crazy potential. So why don't you take him on? Me? Meh. I would have done so already if I were versed in close combat. Aizawa, halfway into his sleeping bag, paused. Right. His tone was flat, expression hidden as he zipped himself up completely. The lounge returned to its usual quiet hum. Yuta stepped out of the teacher's lounge, the folder tucked securely under his arm. So Mirko's out. Figures. He began walking down the hallway, flipping the folder open as he moved. Gunhead. Fourth kind. What exactly do I do now? His eyes scanned the list, filtering through names and agency descriptions. Perhaps he was asking too much from a single one-week internship. Most interns would just patrol. Get hero handling 101 and that was about it. Maybe some combat if they were lucky. Hold on. Isn't this Mom's previous agency in Hinohara? He paused as a name caught his eye. Sentinel Agency, Hinohara District. Yuta chuckled. Even these guys are sending offers, huh? He tucked the folder away and headed back to class. It was too early to make a decision, especially in a situation like his. Maybe better alternatives would show up. There has to be a better option then. Akutami. Yuta stopped. He looked up. Todoroki Shoto stood a few meters ahead, hands in his pockets. For a moment, neither of them spoke, then Todoroki's gaze flicked to the folder in Yuta's hands. Still deciding on your internship? Yuta closed the folder slightly. Yeah. You? I've already chosen. That was fast. It was an easy decision. He walked forward and stopped just beside him. I heard about your talk with Bakugo. And? I want a rematch too after the internships. Todoroki's expression remained unchanged. Then continued past him toward the teacher's lounge. Yuta watched him go with exasperation. Who knew teenagers could have so many problems? Akutami residence, kitchen. Aiko handed a steaming mug to Rin, the aroma of dark roast filling the space between them. Rin took a long sip, leaning back against the counter and letting out a sigh of pure appreciation. God, I missed your coffee, Aiko. Patrol just doesn't taste the same anymore. Aiko leaned her elbows on the armrests of her wheelchair. A small smile on her face. You could always visit more often. You don't need the excuse of bringing tribute, please, Rin said, waving a lazy hand. If I show up too often, your son's going to think I'm stealing his mother away. Aiko rolled her eyes, easing herself back in her chair. He'll survive. I raised a tough boy. Rin hid a smile behind her mug. Tough is one word for it. Second place at the sports festival. You must be so proud. I am. Aiko's smile was genuine, though something flickered behind it. He worked hard for it. She conveniently ignored that under her strict watch, Yuta barely had any time to train at home initially. She seems sweet, Rin said, turning her gaze to the living room. How's she adjusting? Slowly. Aiko's expression softened. She's been through a lot. But Yuta's been good with her. Better than I expected, honestly. She's grown quite attached to him. Classic damsel in distress save. Rin smiled wider. Aiko huffed a laugh. Don't let him hear you call it that. He already insists it wasn't a big deal. Teenagers, Rin murmured, taking another sip. Nearly die once and suddenly it's nothing. Aiko didn't respond immediately. She traced the rim of her mug with one finger, the small motion a classic tell for when she had something on her mind. Her gaze drifted. Not toward the living room this time, but toward the hallway leading to Yuta's room. Rin's eyes softened. He's scaring you again, isn't he? Aiko blinked, then forced a small smile. I'm his mother. I'm allowed to worry. Allowed? Yes. But this feels like more than the usual. Rin set her mug down gently. Aiko, what's going on? Aiko exhaled slowly, as though she'd been holding that breath for hours. How was she supposed to say this? To explain that she was worried that her son had killed a man and kept it a secret from her. The night she received a call from a neighboring hospital that Yuta had been found in a near-death state in a neighboring city, Aiko was scared out of her wits. It only worsened when she learned how. Yuta had fought a villain. Not just any random villain. An incredibly dangerous one, and almost got himself disassembled in the process. The moment he woke up and explained to the authorities that he had been saved by a vigilante before he could die, he should have been relieved. Yet she couldn't be. For as her son explained word for word as best he could, her quirk registered something wrong. Yuta didn't feel right. There was this metallic, sharp edge to his emotions when he told the police about that vigilante. He wasn't afraid, nor was he shaken. He wasn't even relieved. Instead he felt guarded. To her, he felt like how a person would look when they tensed up. Worse, she didn't know what to really make of it. Something sat between the seams of his explanation, which he was choosing not to say. As the days passed, her worry only grew. Then it all culminated at the sports festival. When Yuta displayed his powers at the scale, she had never seen anything like it before. Her mind spun through possibilities, each worse than the last. She wasn't foolish enough to latch onto one conclusion, but it all seemed too much of a coincidence that the vigilante simply appeared at such a convenient moment. Why? Her fingers curled tightly around the ceramic of her mug. There was a chance her son had done something irreversible. Or made a choice that he didn't know how to carry. She wasn't sure what it was. What was worse, if he did, he didn't show it. Regardless of the scenario, Yuta didn't display anything wrong with him. Be it in his body language, words, or day-to-day actions. If not for her quirk, she would definitely feel her son was perfectly fine. For a moment, she almost doubted her senses. And that uncertainty terrified her more than any definitive answer ever could. Logically, she should be happy that her son survived. Proud that he staked his life to protect a little girl he didn't even know. And she was proud. She was. Yuta had risked himself without hesitation and had thrown his life between danger and a helpless child. Despite how reckless and stupid it sounded, it was the proof she needed that he truly did have a good heart. Her son was heroic, even if, from their discussions, he didn't realize it yet. However, Aiko wasn't naive enough to pretend heroism didn't change people. There was the kind of courage that lifted the heart and the kind that carved something out of a person. When heroism was seen from a different perspective, most found a simple conclusion. It's much faster and much safer for the innocent if the monster simply doesn't get back up. She wished the words would come easily, the way they used to when concerns were as small as scraped knees or forgotten homework. But this new problem, was something she wasn't sure she knew how to articulate. He's grown, she began slowly. Faster than I expected. That's a good thing, isn't it? Rin tilted her head. Maybe. Aiko stared into her coffee. But sometimes I feel like he's carrying things he isn't ready for. Things he's not telling me about. And I can tell, Rin. I always know when he's hiding something. Rin winced. Your quirk again? Aiko nodded faintly. I don't know what he went through that night. I feel it. Something happened out there that he isn't ready to speak about. The sigh that followed displayed her mental exhaustion. I hoped he would come to me on his own. Tell me whatever happened so I can help. But he hasn't. And I'm scared of how he'll react if confronted. Rin's expression softened, sympathy pulling gently at her features. Aiko, he's a teenager. They hide things. It's practically in their nature at this age. I know. And I wish that were the case so desperately. But this is different. His emotions don't match his words sometimes. Not in the ways they used to. I've grounded him more than usual, hoping he would take that time to talk to me if I slow him down, or get him frustrated enough for a reaction, or just anything. Rin's expression softened. Aiko, listen, she said, placing both hands on Aiko's shoulders. He's alive. He's in school. He has friends. He has that sweet little girl he's taking care of. He's not spiraling. He's trying to move forward. Whatever he's hiding, maybe he just needs time. Aiko nodded, though her eyes were distant. Maybe. Rin wanted to say more, then her timer rang. Ugh. I have to get back. Patrol shift starts in 10. Aiko forced a small smile. Then go then. But. It's okay. Just be careful. Always. Rin sighed and nodded. Then began collecting her hero gear from the entrance rack. And try not to worry yourself to death while I'm gone. No promises. Aiko chuckled weakly. Rin leaned down, kissed her cheek, and headed out. Aiko wheeled herself to the doorway, watching her friend disappear down the street before closing the door softly. The house fell quiet. She turned back toward the living room and immediately froze. Eri was curled on the couch in a tight fetal position, small fingers clutching her plushie like it was a lifeline. Her tiny shoulders trembled with each uneven breath. Silent tears had dried at the corners of her eyes, leaving faint salty trails down her pale cheeks. Oh, sweetheart, Aiko whispered. She moved closer, reactivating her attunement as she approached. The moment her quirk touched Eri's emotional state, the emotional weight of the room nearly knocked the wind out of her. Fear. Confusion. Pain. Loneliness. It was a suffocating, gray fog of isolation. All of it tangled together in a knot so dense it felt like drowning. How long has she been like this? Guilt stabbed through her. She'd been so focused on her conversation with Rin that she hadn't noticed Eri's distress. I'm sorry, Aiko murmured, reaching out gently. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. She placed her hand on Eri's small shoulder, letting her quirk flow outward. Over the years, she had learned to use her quirk not just to read emotions, but to project a steadying, calming influence, emotional soothing. Beneath her touch, Eri's tense body began to loosen. The tight grip on the plushie relaxed, and the girl's breathing slowed, sinking into a deeper, more restorative sleep. Aiko exhaled slowly, aching at how fragile the girl felt. She's been through too much. Far too much for someone so young. Trauma didn't vanish just because a child smiled in daylight. Carefully, Aiko scooped Eri up, cradling her against her chest. The girl barely stirred, her head resting against Aiko's shoulder, fingers still clutching the plushie. Aiko wheeled herself down the hallway, one hand guiding the chair. When they reached Eri's room, Aiko laid her down gently on the bed, tucking the blanket around her small form. She brushed a strand of silver hair from Eri's face, her heart heavy. Sleep well, little one, she whispered. You're safe here. I promise. Eri let out a small, contented sigh in her sleep, finally at peace. Aiko stayed there for a long moment, watching the rise and fall of her chest, before retreating, leaving the door slightly ajar. The hallway felt longer than usual. Aiko made her way to her own room and closed the door behind her with a soft click. She sat there for a moment, staring at nothing, before finally wheeling herself to her desk. Her hand hovered over the bottom drawer. Until finally, she opened it. Beneath old hero licenses, faded commendations, and a stack of handwritten notes sat a single photograph, face down. Aiko's fingers trembled as they brushed against the frame's worn edges. She didn't flip it over. She stopped doing that a long time ago. Instead, she just let her hand rest there, feeling the weight of memory pressing back. You'd be so proud of him, she whispered to the empty room. He's so much like you. Too much, sometimes. Her hands clenched. But he's not you, she continued, voice firmer now. He won't make the same choices. I won't let him. She stayed like that for a while, then slowly withdrew her hand. The drawer closed. Aiko turned the small key in the lock, removed it, and tucked it back into her pocket. She sat there in the stillness of her room and couldn't help but reminisce on the past 15 years of being a single mother. Sighing, she smoothed her expression and wheeled herself back toward the hallway. Passing by Eri's door, she paused, listening for the soft snores within. A faint smile touched her lips. Then she continued down the hall, readying herself before Yuta returned home. The hideout was an abandoned printing press on the outskirts of Hosu. The air was thick with the smell of moldy paper and the metallic tang of dried blood. Just then, the purple-black mist emerged. Kurojire's warp gate spiraled open in the center of an empty lot, 4 figures emerging from the void. Tamura Shigaraki stepped out, followed by the towering frame of Rappa and a stumbling, swaying Didoro. Kurojire remained half-submerged in the portal, his yellow eyes scanning the darkness. Where is he? Shigaraki asked, surveying the warehouse. You said he'd be waiting here. Patience, Tamura, Kurojire said evenly. The hero killer is many things, but predictable is not among them. He's late, Shigaraki muttered, scratching at his neck. I'm hating this guy even more by the minute. Maybe he decided not to show. Didoro muttered. Still don't see why we need this guy, Rappa grunted. If the boss wants bodies, I can provide bodies. We need more than bodies, Kurojire replied. We need. Shing. The sound cut through the night like a razor. 3 throwing knives materialized from the darkness, hurtling toward Shigaraki's throat. Kurojire moved instantly. His body exploded into mist, a wall of darkness erupting between the blades and Tamura. The knives vanished into the warp gate, redirected harmlessly into the void. Above. Rappa barked. A figure descended from the rooftop in a blur of red cloth and gleaming steel. Stain landed in a crouch 20 meters away, blades already drawn. Blood-red eyes burned with feral intensity beneath his tattered bandana. Hee, guess he is here after all. Quiet, you drunk. So, you brought more muscle this time, huh? Stain's eyes narrowed. It changes nothing but the number of dead. We do not wish to do battle, hero killer. Kurojire released the wall of mist. Yeah. What's your deal? I thought we had an agreement. Shigaraki said with narrowed eyes of his own. I agreed to hear you out. They weren't part of the deal. He focused on Didoro and Rappa. Bringing more men for a sense of security. Your actions show nothing but your cowardly nature. You weren't exactly friendly last time, were you? Shigaraki scratched even more frequently. Damn it. My urge to kill this guy is maddening. Everything he does just pisses me off. The last of my injuries was almost healed. Then you came along. It's rude to attack your business partners. Stain snorted. We don't have any business yet. So far, my assessment of you hasn't changed. You lack not just conviction and desire but also anything to offer me. He drew another knife. You wanted to talk, now talk. You have 30 seconds. Tamura's scratching grew more frequent. This again. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Conviction? Maybe I don't have anything as loaded as that. He raised his head. But if I had to choose a desire, though, it would be killing All Might and destroying the current society. Stain's attacking movement stopped. That garbage pro irritates me so badly. Especially the way people always worship him and the heroes under him like gods when they're anything but. In that case, I'll tear down their gods and destroy them while they're in shock. So yeah, that's my desire. Kurojire's eyes narrowed. This wasn't the plan. Tamura. I've heard enough. Stain interrupted. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. Silence followed. However, we do agree on one thing. Destroying the present. Regardless of why, this society needs to be purged. He sheathed his blade. It seems I was a bit hasty. Maybe this wasn't completely in vain. Huh? Tamura was stunned. However, if that's all you have to say, we're done here. Leave. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurojire whispered. Now was their chance. Hold on. Shigaraki called out. Who the hell said this is over? We still haven't gotten to why we're here. Stain paused. Go on. Since we agree we have a common goal, then it shouldn't be a problem to work together regardless of our individual motives behind them, right? Stain didn't reply. Tamura frowned. I'm talking to you. Right? That depends on what the work is. Something you'll agree with. We want your help going after a new target. Stain's eyes narrowed. Who? Endeavor. The number 2 pro? A wave of pure malice suddenly filled the warehouse. Shigaraki tilted his head, his chapped lips pulling back into a jagged grin. See? I knew you'd like the sound of that. Or don't tell me you don't want to cull that arrogant bastard. How predictable. The hero killer reacted just as they thought he would. You have my ears, villain. What are you proposing? We work together. I provide the information and manpower. You set the plan for when and how it goes down. If Endeavor falls, the world's faith in the symbol of peace will crack. If the public sees that the number 2 is not enough to protect them, the system begins collapsing. Right now, people only see you as a dangerous criminal. This will have a much better effect than your previous 39 victims. Stain's crimson eyes flicked between Tamura and the trio behind him. You expect me to trust a villain like you? No need to be like that now. Trust isn't necessary when there's mutual benefit, is it? Both of us gain from it, so what's the problem? Stain's gaze shifted to Kurojire, who seemed far more composed than his supposed master. The mist villain nodded. He could work with this, maybe, if only to see just what would become of that warped sense of conviction sprouting in this brat. I can always take care of him later if he turns out bad. But this is too good a chance to gut the ultimate fake to pass up. And after? Leave. Drop dead. Whatever. Someone as crazy as you will probably become a problem later for the League of Villains, so we have no interest in retaining you long-term anyway. Very well. I can work with that. Good enough, Shigaraki muttered. He turned back toward the warp gate. Kurojire, we're done here. Let the hero killer have his fun. We have a stage to set. As the League began to retreat into the mist, Rappa stayed behind for a moment, his eyes lingering on the alleyway behind the press. Boss, go ahead. I'm gonna take the long way back. There's something I gotta take care of first. Do what you want, Shigaraki waved a dismissive hand. Just don't get caught. It'd be a pain to replace you. The warp gate collapsed, leaving Rappa alone in the dark with the fading shadow of the hero killer. Rappa watched the spot where the purple mist had evaporated. The air still felt charged with Shigaraki's petty malice and Stain's suffocating pressure. Bureaucrats and fanatics, Rappa spat, cracking his neck. No wonder the old boss couldn't stand M. He reached into the pocket of his heavy coat and pulled out a small, outdated flip phone. It was a burner, one of the untraceable models the Hasaikai used for internal logistics. It had been dead for weeks, but 10 minutes ago, while Shigaraki was posturing, it had vibrated. A signal. A code word. And a coordinate. Rappa didn't know how anyone had found the number, but based on the coordinates, there was only one person left alive who possessed the sequence to activate that specific encryption. Rappa flipped the phone open. There was no text, only a set of coordinates and a timestamp, 23:45. Humph. Still obsessed with punctuality, Rappa grunted, crushing the burner phone in his palm until the plastic snapped and the circuitry hissed. He turned his back on the printing press and began to walk. Hosu District, abandoned clock tower. The meeting point was an old clock tower on the north side of the city. The gears had long since rusted into silence, and the glass face was cracked. Rappa climbed the stairs, his heavy boots echoing against the stone. He didn't bother being quiet. If this was a trap, he'd punch his way out. If it wasn't, well, he was curious. He reached the top floor. The bell chamber. Standing by the massive, motionless gears of the clock was a tall figure. He wore a long, dark trench coat that seemed to swallow the light, and his head was covered by a deep hood. He didn't turn around as Rappa entered. He was staring out at the city, specifically toward the train station where the morning commuters would soon be arriving. "You're late, Rappa," the figure said. The voice was cold and rhythmic and carried the unmistakable cadence of a man who measured the world in seconds. "Your discipline has slipped since the young head's passing." Rappa stopped, his massive arms crossing over his chest. A grin, jagged and dangerous, spread across his face. "I thought the heroes had scrubbed you out of the gutters, Clockwork. Or did you just hide in the cracks until the smell of blood brought you back?" The figure turned. The moonlight hit the lower half of a mask. Above it, his eyes were hidden in the shadow of the hood. "Rappa," Kurono said, his voice thin and sharp as a needle. "You were always the most difficult bullet to keep in a chamber. I see you've found a new cage to inhabit." "Cage? I'm just looking for a good scrap, and the brat with the hands promised plenty of them." Rappa sneered, slamming his fists together. The shockwave blew a cloud of dust away from his feet. "What about you? Without the boss to tell you when to breathe, you look a little lost. The Hasaikai has deep roots, a fight's what I wanted. Looks like I'll settle for listening." "Spill." Kurono tilted his head, the beak of his mask pointing directly at Rappa's chest. "Tell me everything that happened that night. From the very beginning." The morning of the internships arrived with an overcast sky that seemed to press down on UA High. In the locker rooms of Class 1A, the air was thick with a mix of anxiety and the smell of fresh spandex. Yuta stood in front of his locker, staring at the costume case. Best design ever. The last few days had been a mix of classes, hero lessons, and a thorough physical and quirk examination. In preparation for the internships, he had sent in his designs for his hero costume to have it made over the weekend. Today he got the chance to see it. Inner tight body armor was made, along with fingerless gloves, a ninja mask and a few more additions specifically made for high-speed durability. He hadn't opted for anything flashy, or so he would think. "You're awfully quiet, Akutami-kun," Midoriya said, adjusting his gauntlets. "Are you nervous about your choice?" There was also the matter of integrating into the class. Easier than he expected, actually. "Not really. I feel more disappointed than nervous actually." He turned his head back and smiled. "Huh? Why? I thought your pick was perfect for you. Didn't really get the pro I wanted to intern with." He didn't get his preferred pro. From 4,000 offers? Midoriya was thoughtful. Though that explains why he submitted at the last minute. "Is that so? Then, who exactly are you interning with?" "Gunhead." "Gunhead? The battle hero?" Yuta said, zipping his bag. "Seemed like a good fit." He swung it over his shoulder. "What about you?" "Oh. A retired pro named Gran Torino. All Might recommended him. He says he's old school, but he can help me. Plus he's my only offer so." Well, guess it's my turn to ask if you're nervous." A little, Midoriya admitted, fumbling with a buckle. Gran Torino is supposed to be really intense. All Might warned me about him, but he was also really vague about what to expect, which somehow makes it worse, he uttered, quickly changing the subject. It's great for you, though. It seems you and Uraraka will be interning together with Gunhead. Huh? What are you talking about, Deku? Uraraka's voice came from behind them as she approached, her own gear bag slung over her shoulder. Ida walked just behind her. Midoriya brightened immediately. Oh. Uraraka-san, Ida-kun, Akutami-kun just said he's interning with Gunhead too. Uraraka blinked, then her eyes widened. Wait, really? Yuta nodded. Yeah. That's so cool. Uraraka beamed, practically bouncing on her toes. I didn't know anyone else from class was going there. This is great, we can take the train together and everything. Yuta blinked at how fast her excitement escalated. Sure. That'd be nice, actually. Ida adjusted his glasses with a sharp motion. Gunhead martial arts. I can see what you're going for. Frankly, it is an excellent choice, Akutami-kun. The agency has a strong reputation for discipline and fundamental combat training. I'm certain you and Uraraka-san will both benefit greatly from his instruction. Thanks, Ida, Yuta said. I'm sure interning with your brother will benefit you greatly as well. Ida's expression carried unmistakable pride. Thank you. I intend to uphold the Ida name with honor. Good luck, you too, Midoriya. Train buddies, Mina called from across the room, twirling in her acid-resistant costume. How cute. Meanwhile, I'm heading to the big city to work with someone who actually appreciates my talents. Your talents being melting things? Jiro muttered, adjusting her headphone jacks. Exactly. It's an art form. That's not, Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. If you're not ready in 5 minutes, you're walking to your internship. Everyone froze. Then the entire room detonated into frantic motion. Lockers slamming shut, shoes being tied, and ties being straightened. We should proceed. Right, Midoriya said, stuffing a notebook into his bag. They followed the flow of students out of the locker room and down the hallway toward the main entrance. Train station. 30 minutes later, the station was crowded with the usual Monday morning rush, salarymen in dark suits, students with heavy backpacks, and scattered Hero Course students in their school uniforms heading to their respective agencies. Class 1A clustered near Platform 7, a mix of nervous energy and last-minute gear checks. Aizawa stood in front near a station pillar. Listen up, he began. I hope you're all prepared. It's almost time. Mina pumped her fist into the air. Woo! Internship time. Aizawa stared at her. She lowered her hands slowly. He continued. This isn't a vacation. You're there to learn, to work, and to prove you belong. Your first impressions matter. Follow instructions. Don't cause trouble. If you run into something you can't handle, withdraw and call for assistance. This is not the exam arena. He swept his gaze, landing on Yuta. Everyone have their costumes? There was a wave of collective nods. Good. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet. And don't go losing them. Yuta stood near the edge of the group, duffel bag slung over one shoulder, watching the arrival board cycle through departure times. Uraraka stood beside him, rocking slightly on her heels as she checked her phone. Mind your manners with the other heroes when you get to your internships. You represent UA and this class. Don't make me regret letting you out of my sight. Mineta raised his hand. What if, no? I didn't even, still no. Aizawa turned toward the exit. Your trains are posted. Don't miss them. Dismissed. And just like that, he left. The group stood in brief silence. Was that motivational? Ciro asked. I think that was his version of a good luck speech, Kaminari replied. Terrifying. Midoriya glanced at his phone, then looked at Ida and Uraraka. My train's on platform 3. I should probably head over. Mine's platform 5, Ida said, adjusting his glasses. I'll be heading off as well. Uraraka smiled. Good luck, Ida-kun. Say hi to Ingenium for us. I will. Ida gave a short, formal bow. Represent our class well. We will. Uraraka said. Ida turned sharply on his heel and marched toward platform 5. Midoriya watched him go, then looked back at Uraraka and Yuta. I guess I should get going too. Good luck, you too. You too, Deku-kun. Uraraka waved enthusiastically. Don't let Gran Torino work you too hard. I'll try. Midoriya stammered, face flushing slightly. See you in a week, Akutami-kun. Yeah. See you. Midoriya hurried off toward platform 3, nearly tripping over his own feet in the process. The overhead announcement crackled at that moment. Train to Saitama now boarding on platform 7. Departure in 5 minutes. That's us. Uraraka said, hefting her bag. Ready? Yuta adjusted his duffel strap. Let's go. They made their way toward the platform, weaving through the crowd. The train was already waiting when they got there. Uraraka stepped on first, finding a pair of seats near the middle of the car by the window. Yuta followed, setting his bag and case on the overhead rack before sliding into the seat beside her. This is so exciting. I've never been to Saitama before. Have you? Not really, no. The train doors hissed shut as the engine came on. Yuta looked at the window as the train began to pull away from the platform. Meanwhile, several figures slipped through the doors of the car just behind theirs. A man in a dark coat and low-brimmed hat, white hair barely visible beneath the edge. A broad-shouldered man in a maintenance uniform, face obscured by a cap pulled low. The train lurched forward, slowly gaining speed as the urban sprawl of Mizutofu began to blur past the window. For a few minutes, the only sound was the rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels and the low murmur of other passengers. Uraraka leaned her head against the glass, her reflection showing a mix of determination and lingering nerves. I heard Gunhead's agency is super hands-on. Like, you get real drills every day. Yep. Combat classes are precisely why I signed up. Yuta said nonchalantly. I see. You know, I was actually really surprised when Gunhead picked me. I thought for sure he'd only want people with physical strength quirks. She glanced at Yuta. But why you, Akutami-kun? With your ranking from the sports festival, I figured you'd be interning with one of the top 10. Yeah, well, Mr. Aizawa said to focus more knowledge on our futures. Most of the top 10 aren't really suited for me. Really? Not even Endeavor, Edgeshot or Best Genist? No. What I am most lacking now is close combat skills, which is why I chose Gunhead. He's definitely weaker than them as a pro, but according to Mr. Aizawa, his CQC ability is better than those pros. The only one who fits in the top 10 didn't offer me an internship, so... Who was that? Mirko. The rabbit hero? Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh wow, yeah, she'd be perfect for you. But I heard she doesn't take on interns at all. Like, ever. Apparently. Yuta shrugged. Aizawa-sensei said she works solo. No sidekicks, no students, nothing. Just her and whatever villain's unlucky enough to cross her path. That sounds intense. That's putting it mildly. Uraraka giggled, then settled back into her seat. Well, I think Gunhead will be great for both of us. And hey, at least we won't be doing it alone, right? Right. The conversation lulled into comfortable silence. Outside, the cityscape gradually thinned, high-rises giving way to shorter buildings, then suburban sprawl. The rhythmic clacking of the train on the tracks was almost hypnotic. Uraraka had tilted her head to the side and gone silent at this point. 5 more minutes passed. Yuta, who was going through a YouTube video on his phone, suddenly frowned. What the? His eyes suddenly felt heavy, followed by a wave of fatigue seemingly appearing out of nowhere. League of Villains headquarters. 2 days prior, the bar was quieter than usual. Didoro had finally passed out in the corner, sake bottle still clutched in one hand. The TV cycled through news reports, hero rankings, crime statistics, and speculation about the hero killer's next move. Shigaraki sat at the newly replaced table, eyes fixed on the speaker mounted on the wall. Waiting. Finally, All for One's distorted voice filled the room. Tamura. I trust your negotiations with the hero killer went well? Well enough, Shigaraki muttered. He agreed to work with us. Sort of. It's more like mutual exploitation. Good. All for One replied in approval. That is the foundation of all successful alliances. Each side believing they are using the other. So what did you promise him? Endeavor. Oh. You plan to go after the number 2 hero? Yeah. We're planning to hit Hosu during the coming week. Maximum chaos. Draw out the pros, including Endeavor. Let Stain do what he does best while the League makes a statement. With Stain's increase in attacks, there was no doubt that the more capable heroes would come after him. Endeavor himself had given a statement on the news. Ambitious, All for One said. And I'm guessing you want resources? Nomu. Shigaraki leaned forward slightly. Enough to force the heroes to spread thin. How many are ready? I have finished adjusting the behavior of 6 of them. Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly behind father's palm. 6. That's more than I expected. The doctor has been productive. All for One's tone was neutral. However, these are not on the level of the one you deployed at USJ. That's all I need. Give them to me. Very well. Make this a learning experience, Tamura. Shigaraki was stunned. Just like that? The Nomu are tools, but the chaos they sow is a harvest. Your plan is good enough to take all of them. See what grows when the people realize their number 2 is just a man in a burning suit. I intend to, Shigaraki grinned. The speaker clicked. The screen went dark. Shigaraki sat in silence for a long moment, staring at his reflection in the blackened screen. Then he stood abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. Kurojiri. The mist villain materialized from the shadows behind the bar. Yes, Tamura? How's it going? The sightings of the hero killer have been circulated. It won't be long before the guest of honor takes the bait. Perfect. Master agreed. 6 Nomu. We'll deploy them in waves. Hosu's entertainment district, the business sector, and residential zones, spread them out. Kurojiri nodded slowly. A sound strategy. When do we? The door to the hideout creaked open. Heavy footsteps echoed through the bar. Rappa walked in, coat dusted with grime, knuckles bruised and bloodied. He looked like he'd just come from a fight, or several. Shigaraki hissed. Where the hell have you been? I was about to have Kurojiri mark you as trash and find a replacement. Business, Rappa grunted, grabbing a bottle of water from behind the bar. Ran into some old faces from the Hasaikai. Specifically, the guy who used to be the boss's shadow. Chronostasis. Kurojiri turned. Hari Kurono. He was presumed to have vanished following the collapse. Now he's back. Rappa dropped onto a crate, rolling his shoulders. Turns out some of the old crew are still together. They wanted answers about what happened to the boss that night. And you gave them? Yeah. Problem? Kurojiri's eyes narrowed in thought. It would seem the remnants of the Hasaikai are investigating their leader's death. Revenge perhaps? I wouldn't be surprised. Rappa grunted. Clockwork was his previous right-hand man. It won't surprise me if they go after the kid for answers. So the Yakuza are still scurrying around like rats. Shigaraki chuckled. How pathetic. Chasing ghosts and wounded pride while the world is moving on. Let them. If they kill the brat, it's one less hero for me to deal with. If they fail, they're just more trash for the incinerator. Not exactly, Tamura. All for One's voice re-emerged from the speaker. Master? Rappa. These Hasaikai remnants, how many? Not sure. 3, maybe 4. A few seconds passed without a word. Then, Kurojairi. Yes, master. The boy will begin his internship Monday. Monitor him. Discreetly. Kurojairi's yellow eyes flickered. You wish me to observe him specifically? I am curious. All for One's voice carried faint amusement. If these Hasaikai remnants truly intend to pursue him, keep a close watch on them. I want to see how the boy reacts when the shadows of his past finally catch up to him. It would be interesting to see if the vigilante appears once more to save him. And if the boy is captured or killed, then we learn something valuable regardless. All for One's tone was bland. If he dies, his threat is eliminated. If he survives, we gain insight into his abilities. Either outcome serves our interests. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. You want Kurojairi to babysit some kid instead of helping with the Hosu operation? Kurojairi is more than capable of dividing his attention, All for One replied. Your plan will proceed as scheduled. Either way, Kurojairi, do not interfere unless an opportunity presents itself to preserve useful assets. Should these remnants prove capable, they may serve Tamura's league in the future. The mist man straightened. Yes, master. Current day, on board the Shinkansen, the rhythmic clack-clack of the train on the tracks was hypnotic. Beside Yuta, Uraraka had finally stopped her excited chatter about Gunhead's training and had drifted into a light doze, her head tilted against the window. Something's wrong. Yuta didn't sleep. He sat with his duffel bag on his lap, his senses were dialed to the maximum. The first thing he noticed was the change in the air. A faint, sweet chemical scent drifting from the overhead ventilation. It had the same effect as Midnight's somnambulist quirk. A sleeping agent? He felt the sedative entering his system, detected the chemical trying to bind to his neural receptors, and accelerated his metabolism. Hormones flooded his bloodstream. The drowsiness faded almost as quickly as it came. His eyes turned blood red. Around him, the effect was immediate. The elderly woman 3 rows ahead stopped knitting, her head drooping forward. The salaryman's grip on his briefcase loosened. The young mother's eyes fluttered shut, her toddler already unconscious in her lap. One by one, every passenger in the car slumped into chemically induced sleep. Uraraka's breathing deepened beside him, her phone slipping from her fingers. What the? Is this a villain attack? In the world of superhumans, a train hijacking wasn't an exaggeration. He remembered the beginning of MHA where Mount Lady and Kamui Woods were dealing with a giant man in train tracks. It wasn't the same situation, but still. Just then. Thud. The sound came from several rows back. Yuta's Sharingan tracked the movement through the reflection in the window. The train entered a brief, dark tunnel. In the darkness, a figure stood up from their seat. Tall. Lean. Dark coats that hung past their knees. White hair visible beneath a low-brimmed hat. The figure turned. Half of their face was obscured by a black mask that covered from the bridge of their nose down to their chin. Above it, golden eyes gleamed in the dim cabin lighting. Those eyes locked onto Yuta's reflection in the window. Instantly, his expression hardened. Their hands shot up to their head, to the clock hand ornament protruding from white hair, and with a swift, practiced motion, they pulled. A strand of white hair extended impossibly long, hardening into a needle-thin projectile that launched across the cabin straight at Yuta's head. Terrorist attack. Yuta's body moved before the man attacked, leaping off his seat in a blur of motion. The hair needle punched through the headrest where his skull had been a split second earlier, embedding itself deep into the cushioning with a soft thwip. He's still awake. The masked man's gaze followed Yuta standing upside down on the roof. Yuta's eyes widened. Hold on. I'm the sound behind interrupted his thoughts. Dressed in similar clothing, but with a black cape and black bowler hat, a man stood from behind, drawing a gun out of his clothing and firing. The sound behind interrupted his thoughts. More? Yuta looked back. Dressed in similar clothing, but with a black cape and black bowler hat, a man stood from behind, drawing a gun out of his clothing and firing. The bullet whistled past Yuta's ear, a dull thud as it buried itself into the ceiling. The moment the bullet ripped past his ear, Yuta's body moved. Shin Nemoto tracked him immediately, pistol angling up, the silencer giving a soft PHFF. As round after round punched into the roof. Who the hell are these guys? He pushed off the ceiling, avoiding a strand of white hair extended impossibly long. Landing on the windows, he pivoted again, avoiding the bullets as he shot forward. The Sharingan spun, predicting angles, tracing trajectories. The gunman was the immediate problem. One stray bullet could hit a civilian, preventing him from landing on the top of the seats. With his eyes, he easily spotted an opportunity. Without hesitation, he aimed with the only thing currently on him. His newly bought, 2-week-old phone. Damn villains. Thwack. It slammed into Nemoto's wrist just as he squeezed the trigger. The silenced shot veered downward, burying itself harmlessly into the floor instead of someone's skull. Yuta didn't give him a second to recover. He pushed off the wall, hurtling toward the gunman as he aimed again. But just as his heel was inches from Nemoto's throat, the floor rose. The heavy iron floor of the aisle suddenly surged upward, the metal plates bending and folding like paper to form a jagged, reinforced shield. Yuta's kick slammed into the steel barrier instead of Nemoto's face. The vibration rattled up his leg. What? Yuta was stunned. The train is moving on its own? Before he could recalibrate, Nemoto, protected by the steel barrier, leveled his suppressed pistol through a gap in the shifting metal. PHFF. A sharp, searing pain exploded in Yuta's left shoulder. Shit. He spiraled midair, blood spraying against the seats of the cabin as he hit the carpeted floor. He skidded back, his hand immediately clamping over the wound as his fingers turned crimson. The sound of something cutting through the air behind him fell into his ears. Yuta ducked. The hair strand pierced into the arm of a sleeping passenger beside him. The passenger didn't even flinch, their head lolling to the side as the chemical sedative kept them trapped in a deep, artificial stupor. Yuta's breath hitched. He looked at the red staining his palm, then at the innocent person who had just been used as a pincushion. Uraraka? The hair retracted back to its wielder standing at one end of the cabin, while the gunman stood at the other end protected by shifting iron. He was boxed in. Talk about man in the middle. He stood up slowly in the center of the aisle, legs braced. A few seconds passed in tense silence, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of the train. Then, Hari Kurono stepped forward, his golden eyes narrowed in appreciation. Decisive. Even with a chemical agent in your lungs, your awareness is remarkable. I watched your performance at the sports festival, but seeing it in person is quite different. UA truly does produce monsters. Fans? Yuta raised an eyebrow. I'm flattered. Want an autograph? Because if you do, this level of stalking is a bit much. The white-haired man's expression didn't change. Unfortunately, we're not here for pleasantries. Click. The sound of a gun hammer cocking. Behind the iron shield, Nemoto aimed squarely at Yuta's chest. "Are you the vigilante responsible for the death of Kai Chisaki?" His words were accompanied by a purple sound wave visible only to Yuta's Sharingan. "What the?" Yuta felt his throat constrict, his vocal cords activating involuntarily. The compulsion to answer crashed over him like a wave, every cell in his body screaming to speak, to confess, to tell the truth. Quirk. His body control snapped into action. Muscles locked. Vocal cords went rigid. His diaphragm froze mid-breath. He didn't take any chances and made himself physically incapable of speech. The silence stretched. The gunman's eyes narrowed behind his mask. "Answer me." "Nothing." Yuta stood perfectly still, blood dripping from his shoulder, his lips pressed into a thin line. The compulsion faded after 3 seconds, releasing its grip on his nervous system. "How about, no," he said flatly. Nemoto's eyes widened. "He resisted my quirk." Kurono's eyes sharpened. "I see. The fact that you can physically prevent yourself from speaking is impressive." He stepped forward slowly. "But the delay between the question and your answer." Kurono studied him like a specimen. "That makes your denial meaningless." Yuta focused his quirk on his shoulder, accelerating his healing. The bullet was pushed out by new mass before the bullet hole healed. "Kai Chisaki, you mean Overhaul. I know who you are now. You're the Shai Hasaikai. I see you've heard of us," he said quietly. "That makes this simpler. Does it?" Yuta shifted his weight, testing his healed shoulder. "Because from where I'm standing, you just attacked a UA student on a public train. That's not going to end well for you." "We're not concerned with consequences," the white-haired man replied. "Only answers." "Then you're wasting your time." Yuta said. "I don't know anything about your boss." "Liar." The accusation came from the gunman. Shin Nemoto, Yuta realized. The one with the confession quirk. The guy with white hair must be Chrono, something. That explains why the train's moving like it's alive. His eyes narrowed. There's one who can fuse with objects and control them from within. Kurono's hand was near his hair again, ready to launch more needles. Behind Yuta, Nemoto's gun hadn't wavered. And somewhere, merged with the train itself, was a third quirk user controlling the environment. 3 minimum. Possibly 4 if someone's in another car. The odds were bad. Motionless civilians were all around with a high chance of collateral damage. His eyes flicked to Uraraka, still unconscious in her seat. Then to the other passengers, the elderly woman, the salaryman, and the mother and child. All liabilities. Kurono seemed to read his thoughts. "You're wondering if you can protect them all," he said quietly. "The answer is no. Not against 2 of us." "Try me," Yuta said. "We'd rather not." The man's golden eyes gleamed. "Surrender. Answer our questions. And we'll let the civilians go unharmed. And if I refuse? Then we make you answer." Hari Kurono uttered indifferently. With the collapse of the Shai Hasaikai and the news of Overhaul's death, Kurono had lost more than a boss. He'd lost purpose. Direction. The structure that had defined his existence for over a decade. So he'd done what any loyal subordinate would do, he'd gathered the remnants. 5 of the 8 bullets. The director. Those who hadn't been caught in the initial sweep. And he'd investigated. The police reports from Machida told a convenient story: Kai Chisaki, killed by an unknown vigilante. A masked hero who'd vanished into the night, leaving only a traumatized girl and a half-dead teenager as witnesses. But Kurono knew better than to trust convenient stories. So he'd sought out Rappa, the only other person present that night. The only one who could confirm or deny the official narrative. What Rappa had told him shattered the lie completely. No vigilante. No masked savior. Just a 15-year-old UA student who'd refused to die and a boss who'd underestimated him. The discrepancy between the police report and Rappa's testimony left only two possibilities: either the boy had fabricated the vigilante to cover his tracks, or the vigilante existed but had remained hidden even from Rappa's awareness. Either way, the boy was involved. Either way, he had answers. And either way, Kurono intended to extract them. The plan had been simple: infiltrate the Shinkansen during the internship rush. Have Iranaka take the trigger drug and merge with the train itself. Administer sleeping gas through the ventilation system. Once all passengers, including the target, were unconscious, quietly extract the boy to a secondary location for interrogation. If the child was responsible for Overhaul's death, they would execute him. If he wasn't, they would kill him anyway. After all, regardless of whether the vigilante was real or not, the boy's interference had contributed to Overhaul's demise. That alone warranted death. But Plan A had failed. The boy had resisted the sleeping gas, something Kurono hadn't anticipated despite all his preparation. However, it didn't matter. They had watched his performance at the sports festival. They knew his capabilities. Speed, strength, regenerative abilities, and a peculiar control of objects. Mostly a quirk that granted him explosive movement across short distances. But they also knew his weaknesses. Kurono's golden eyes locked onto him. "Your special ability," he uttered, "is a burst speed technique. It allows you to cross large distances in an instant. Almost like teleportation." He tilted his head slightly. "But everything has a weakness. Maneuvering at such high speeds shouldn't be easy," Kurono continued. "Precision suffers. You can only move in general directions. Forward, backward, left, and right. But confined spaces?" He gestured subtly to the narrow aisle, the packed seats, and the unconscious civilians. "Confined spaces filled with obstacles and collateral damage? That restricts your greatest advantage. Am I right?" Add to that the threat of civilian casualties, and his options narrowed even further. The threat was clear. Behind Yuta, Nemoto's gun remained trained on his back. Beneath him, the train floor shifted subtly. Iranaka was ready to react at a moment's notice. "So I'll ask you again," Kurono said. "Surrender. Or we make you." This was the ultimate lid on the bottle. With the lives of passengers at stake, once threatened, capture was certain. As for fighting them regardless? That was out of the question. A UA student who would foolishly risk his life for a girl he had never met before wouldn't take the risk of causing harm to civilians. Yuta stood perfectly still for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. A chuckle escaping without a trace of humor. "You know what?" Yuta said, his voice steady despite the blood still drying on his uniform. "You're right. About almost everything." Kurono's eyes narrowed. "My quirk is restricted here. The civilians are liabilities. And yeah." His smile turned colder. "A hero would surrender to save them. Then you'll." "But I'm not a hero yet." Yuta's Sharingan spun faster. "I'm a student. And students don't have the authority to make those kinds of sacrifices." Kurono's eyes widened fractionally. "So here's what I'm going to do." Before Kurono could react, Yuta's hand formed a tiger seal. Poof! Thick white smoke exploded outward, filling his position in an instant. "Nemoto! Shoot him! PHFF! PHFF! PHFF!" Silenced rounds punched through the smoke, tearing through empty air. Yuta was already gone. He body flickered to Uraraka's seat, his hand closing around her unconscious form. His mind raced through calculations even as he moved. They used sleeping gas. Not poison or explosives. His eyes tracked the passengers, all breathing steadily, faces relaxed despite the chaos erupting around them. They wanted him unconscious, and their actions implied extraction, not a massacre. If they wanted civilians dead, they'd have done it already. They need me alive for answers. His jaw clenched as he pulled Uraraka against his chest. Which means they'll chase me. Or they'll retreat. The alternative, that they'd slaughter a train full of people out of spite, didn't fit their profile. They were Yakuza remnants seeking revenge, not psychotic killers. It was a gamble. But it was the only play he had. His fist clenched, chakra condensing into a tight point. Sorry, Uraraka. This is going to be loud. The window beside them shattered. Not from a bullet. From Yuta's chakra-enhanced fist. Crash. Reinforced glass exploded outward in a spray of crystalline fragments. Wind roared into the cabin like a living thing, the train's speed creating instant decompression. The white smoke was sucked out in a violent spiral, papers and loose items whipping through the air. Kurono's coat snapped backward, his golden eyes widening. Yuta kicked off the window frame, launching himself and Uraraka through the opening. See ya, the world became wind, noise and motion. 300 kilometers per hour. The force hit, trying to rip Uraraka from his grip. He twisted midair, using his body to shield her from the worst of it as he plummeted, and landed hard on the concrete roof. The earth beneath his feet developed numerous cracks. His knees absorbed the shock, chakra distribution preventing his legs from shattering. Without pausing, he sprinted forward, away from the tracks, Uraraka's unconscious weight secure in his arms. Behind him, the train continued its forward momentum, the silver blur already beginning to shrink in the distance. The moment the boy disappeared through the shattered window, the train lurched. Brakes screamed. Metal groaned. Passengers, still unconscious, swayed in their seats as the Shinkansen's emergency systems attempted to compensate for the sudden deceleration. Kurono stood at the shattered window, watching the boy disappear with his classmate. Chronostasis? Nemoto asked, gun still raised. Orders? Kurono's golden eyes tracked the retreating figure for 3 more seconds. Then he turned away. We're leaving. What? Nemoto's voice rose. But he's right there, and we have no way to catch him. Kurono's tone was flat. No advantage and no means of escape in broad daylight and a populated area. We pursue now, and we're caught within 10 minutes. But the young master, we have our answer. Kurono's voice cut like a blade. The boy resisted your quirk. Physically prevented himself from speaking. That's not the behavior of an innocent person. Irinaka's voice echoed. So we just, let him go? For now. Kurono's expression was cold. Irinaka, restore the train to normal function and release control. We're extracting. And the passengers? They saw and know nothing. Let them wake on their own. By the time they do, we'll be long gone. And all they'll remember is falling asleep and waking up to a broken window and some missing students. Kurono turned toward the rear of the car. We'll regroup and plan our next move. But not here. It was impossible for the blast to the side of the train to go unnoticed. Passengers in the other carts might have already alerted the authorities. The next station wasn't safe. If they stayed to threaten civilians, they'd gain nothing, the target was already gone. As for killing the passengers out of spite? Setting aside that wasn't their objective, every hero in the region would hunt them down. He didn't plan to get on the national wanted list so early. Irinaka, Kurono said, his voice sharp. Override the emergency brake. Resume normal speed. The train hesitated, then slowly began to accelerate again, the emergency braking sequence overridden by Irinaka's quirk merged within its systems. We're continuing to the next station? Nemoto asked. No. Kurono moved toward the rear connecting door. We're getting off before then. Irinaka, how much longer until you can safely separate from the train structure? 2 minutes, Irinaka's voice rumbled through the walls. The trigger's effects are already fading. I need to consolidate my presence before I can fully extract. Do it quickly. Kurono pushed through the door into the next car, Nemoto following close behind. We have maybe 5 minutes before heroes respond to the disturbance. Less if there were any pros on nearby trains. They moved through 3 cars, passing unconscious passengers still slumped in their seats, heading toward the rear of the train. By the time they reached the rearmost car, Irinaka had fully withdrawn his consciousness from the train structure. The walls of the storage compartment rippled, and a figure stepped out of the metal as if walking through water. The purple mist didn't belong in the bright midday sun, but Kurojairi had always been an expert at remaining unseen. From his vantage point on a high-voltage power pylon overlooking the tracks, the Shinkansen looked like a silver needle threading through the countryside. It had slowed, stuttered, and was now accelerating again. He chose to abandon the passengers rather than give himself over. Kurojairi murmured to the empty air. The path with the highest survivability over the path of highest morality. How interesting. While the details of the confrontation couldn't be witnessed, the result could be gleaned. The young hero had chosen to flee upon realizing he was outmatched. That was enough, though, as it was time to leave. The boy had escaped the Yakuza's hands, leading to a premature retreat. As for interacting with the Hasaikai remnants, his master's orders were clear. The time wasn't yet ripe to recruit more members. The League had no use for those who gave up after one setback. Kurojairi's form began to dissolve back into mist. He would report what he'd seen. And Master would decide the next move. As always. UA High School, Teacher's Lounge, 1:47 p.m. The lounge was quieter than usual, with most of the faculty either on patrol or handling their own business. Aizawa sat at one of the desks, red pen in hand, working through a stack of combat analysis reports from the previous week's training exercises. His coffee had gone cold an hour ago. He drank it anyway. Present Mike lounged on the couch nearby, scrolling through his phone with one earbud in, occasionally humming along to whatever he was listening to. Samantha sat at the table by the window, reviewing architectural plans for an upcoming training scenario. Present Mike suddenly let out a low whistle, turning his phone screen toward the center of the room. Yo, check the news cycle. Endeavor's at it again. He just gave a press conference in front of Tokyo concerning the hero killer. Aizawa didn't look up from his grading, but his pen slowed. The number 2 is making moves. He's usually too busy chasing his own shadow to talk to the press unless he's forced to. It's different this time. He gave another statement. Something about taking personal responsibility for eliminating the threat. Of course he did, Aizawa muttered. Can't let a crisis go by without making it about himself. Present Mike snorted. That's harsh, Sho. I've heard of that. Cementos uttered without glancing up from his papers. Hosu is under alert due to the hero killer sightings. It said he attacked another hero after his failed attempt on Ingenium. Third one this month, Snipe commented from his corner, where he'd been cleaning his equipment. Guy's getting bold. Or sloppy. He'll slip up eventually. They always do. Aizawa uttered. If I'm concerned about anything, it's one of our kids being caught in the splash zone. Snipe's brows furrowed behind the mask. You mean Ida, don't you? Indeed. Though he's with his brother, so logically, nothing should happen. Ingenium is cautious, he won't let Ida near the front lines. A flicker of unease crossed his face. Though I can't shake a bad feeling I'm having with. The phone on the wall rang. All 3 teachers glanced toward it. Cementos stood, moving to answer. UA High School, Teacher's Lounge. This is Cementos speaking. He listened. His expression shifted, concern creeping into his usually calm features. I see. Yes. One moment. He lowered the phone, turning toward Aizawa. It's for you. Aizawa looked up, his dark eyes narrowing. Who is it? It's the Shizuoka Prefectural Police. They're calling about an incident involving 2 of your students. The desk phone near Cementos chirped, a sharp, insistent ring that cut through the conversation. Aizawa set his pen down slowly, standing and crossing the room in 3 strides. He took the phone from Cementos. This is Shota Aizawa. Present Mike and Snipe were both watching now, their earlier conversation forgotten. When? Aizawa listened, his expression unreadable. Both students? Another pause, longer this time. A gunshot wound? And he jumped? It came out deeper than normal. Injuries? I see. And the suspects? His grip on the phone tightened. I'll be right there. Shizuoka, local medical clinic. The clinic was a quiet, 1-story building tucked away from the main road. 2 patrol cars were parked out front, police officers waiting near the entrance. Yuta stood at a heavy, metal payphone in the hallway. The kind nurse had made it a duty to bandage his shoulder despite the fact that he didn't need it. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the attack on the train by the Hasaikai remnants. He had given his statement to the officers, played the part of the lucky survivor, and waited while Uraraka was sleeping off the last of the gas. Now, all he could do was wait and call his mom in the meantime. He dropped a coin into the slot and dialed from memory. The line clicked. Hello? Mom. It's me. Yuta? Why are you calling from a landline? You're supposed to be in Osaka. I've been waiting for a text. I'm fine, Mom, Yuta interrupted softly, leaning his forehead against the cool glass of the booth. But there was a bit of trouble on the train. My phone, it got destroyed in the process. Yuta, what kind of trouble? Are you hurt? Just. I got wounded on my shoulder, but I've healed. He toned it down as best he could, knowing she would panic if he told her he had been shot with a gun. However, you got wounded? Her voice rose. Yep, should have seen that coming. Yuta, explain to me. What happened? He exhaled. On the way to Osaka, the train was attacked by villains. They used some kind of sleeping gas, everyone in the car passed out. I managed to stay awake and got my classmate out before they could take us. Take you? Shit. I'm okay, Mom. Really? Yura. My classmate is fine as well. Just sleeping off the gas. The doctors said she'll wake up in a few hours. As for the train. According to the police, there were no deaths or casualties. There was a long pause on the other end. He could hear her breathing. No doubt she was using her quirk right now to read his emotions through the phone line. Yuta. This wasn't random, was it? Mom, don't. Her voice turned sharp. Don't try to keep me in the dark about this. Were they after you specifically? He sighed. Yes. The silence was even longer this time. Who? Aiko asked, though from her tone, he suspected she already knew. The people who had Eri, Yuta said quietly. The Hasaikai. Some of them were on the train. They were looking for me. He heard a muffled intake of breath on the other end. They're coming for you? Because of that, Eri? Her voice was thick with emotion. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Mom, the detective said the organization had collapsed, Aiko continued, her words coming faster now. He said they'd been disbanded, that they. Mom, please calm down. Yuta, stop. Please stop acting like this is okay. Villains are after you. They want revenge. Yuta didn't respond. Yuta. His mother's voice was steady now, the initial panic giving way to something harder. You need to tell your teachers. The police. Someone who can protect you. I already gave a statement to the police. They know what happened, and my teachers are on their way. I just wanted you to hear it from me first. Yuta. Listen to me very carefully. If they are bold enough to attack a Shinkansen in broad daylight, they aren't just looking for you. They are hunting you. I want you to come home. I'll call the school. I can't do that, Mom, Yuta interrupted. If I come home, I bring them to our doorstep. Right now, I'm surrounded by heroes and police. This is the safest place for me to be. It was a half-truth, but it worked. He heard her let out a shaky breath, the logic winning over her instinct to hide him away. You're sure you're okay? The shoulder? The doctors already looked at it. It's just a scratch, he lied smoothly, his hand tracing the spot where his skin had already knit itself back together beneath the unnecessary gauze. I'll call you again tonight. I promise. I have to go now, Sensei is here. He hung up the receiver just as the automatic sliding doors of the clinic hissed open. Shota Aizawa stepped into the lobby, his capture scarf draped around his shoulders. He scanned the room, and their eyes met. Aizawa walked up to him, stopping a few feet away. His gaze dropped to the bandage on Yuta's shoulder, then back to his face. Sensei, Yuta greeted. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. The police report says you shattered a reinforced window and jumped from a train moving at 300 km per hour while carrying an unconscious classmate. Seriously? That's what he's starting with? Yuta kept his voice neutral. The cabin was filled with gas, and the exits were blocked by villains, sir. It was the only exit with a high probability of success. Aizawa stared at him for a long time. You chose a 3-story drop onto concrete, he said flatly. I figured if I stayed, the civilians would be in more danger, Yuta replied, meeting his teacher's gaze steadily. And I knew I could land it. He didn't respond at first. Where's Uraraka? In room 4 down the hall. Let's go. He walked past him. When we're done, we're going to have a very long talk about your decision-making, Akutami. But for now, the police have questions about the men you saw, and so do I. Yes, Sensei. Yuta nodded. And Akutami. Aizawa paused, his back to the boy. You did good. Yuta blinked, not expecting that. Thank you, Sensei. Aizawa didn't wait for a further reaction. He led the way down the narrow corridor, the soles of his boots squeaking against the linoleum. When they reached room 4, Aizawa pushed the door open. It was quiet, save for the hum of a heart monitor. Uraraka was sitting up, leaning against a mountain of propped-up pillows. She looked slightly dazed, her hair a mess, but she was clutching a cup of water with both hands. Yuta-kun? Aizawa-sensei? She blinked upon seeing them, her voice thick with sleep. Wait, did I miss the stop? Are we in Osaka? We're in Shizuoka, Uraraka, Aizawa answered. And you didn't miss your stop. The train was intercepted. He walked right beside her bed. How are you feeling? Fine, I think. Uraraka touched her temple gingerly. My head feels a little fuzzy, but other than that, I'm okay. But seriously, what's going on? Did the train crash or something? Not exactly, Aizawa said, pulling up a chair and gesturing for Yuta to sit as well. The train you were on was attacked by villains approximately 2 hours ago. Uraraka's eyes widened. Villains? On the train? They deployed a sleeping gas through the ventilation system, Aizawa continued. Every passenger in your car was affected except for Akutami. He managed to extract you from the situation before the attackers could escalate. What? Uraraka looked between Aizawa and Yuta, her expression caught somewhere between shock and confusion. Sleeping gas? Attackers? But I don't remember any of that. That's the point of sleeping gas, Yuta said quietly. You weren't supposed to. But how did you? She trailed off, staring at him. Wait, you were awake through all of it? My quirk helps with that kind of thing, Yuta said evasively. Accelerated metabolism. The gas didn't work as well on me. Uraraka's gaze dropped to his shoulder again. And you got hurt. It's nothing serious. Nothing serious? Her voice rose slightly. Akutami-kun, you have a bandage the size of my fist on your shoulder. It's already healed, Yuta said. The bandage is just for show. The doctors insisted. Uraraka opened her mouth to protest, then closed it again, clearly processing everything at once. After a moment, she turned back to Aizawa. So, what happens now? Are we going back to UA? Her gaze fell on Yuta. Is that, there's blood on your sleeve? It's fine, Uraraka. I can heal, remember? It just looks worse than it is. He gestured. Don't feel bad. Nobody expects a chemical attack on a morning commute. The police have finished their sweep of the train, Aizawa interrupted, pulling the focus back. The villains escaped, but they didn't harm the other passengers. Their objective was specific. It was a targeted abduction attempt. Uraraka gripped her sheets. Targeted? Who? Him. Huh? Uraraka was stunned. You mean? They wanted Akutami-kun? Yes. Uraraka opened her mouth to protest, then closed it again, clearly processing everything at once. After a moment, she turned back to Aizawa. So, what happens now? Are we going back to UA? Aizawa leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. The school has been notified, and your internship agencies have been briefed about the situation. You'll both be free to go as soon as the police finish collecting statements from Akutami about the incident. Relief washed over Uraraka's face. Oh, thank goodness. So we can still do our internships? Aizawa's expression didn't change. You can. Akutami can't. Huh? The villains targeted this train specifically because of Akutami, Aizawa said, his tone matter-of-fact. The other passengers, yourself included, were just collateral. Victims of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For safety reasons, the school has decided to cancel his internship with Gunhead until further notice. What? Uraraka practically jumped out of the bed. That's not fair. He's the one who did all the work. He saved everyone. Why is he being punished? It's not a punishment, Uraraka. It's a security measure, Aizawa said firmly. The villains showed a level of boldness that makes a public agency like Gunhead's, which focuses on teaching martial arts to large groups, a liability. If they're bold enough to pull a stunt like this once, there's no guarantee they won't try again. They could attack during the return trip or stage an ambush at the agency itself. If he proceeds to a standard agency, he puts Gunhead, the other sidekicks, and the public in that area at risk of a secondary assault. As a teacher, I cannot authorize a student to enter a work environment where they are being actively hunted by organized crime remnants. Aizawa paused. Gunhead is a capable hero, but it's best to reduce chances of accidents happening if we can. Yuta felt a cold sink in his gut. He had expected a lecture, maybe even a house arrest, but losing the internship felt like a genuine setback. He needed those CQC skills. But he'll be the only one left behind. Uraraka stood up, her voice rising in protest. Everyone else is out there learning from pros. If he can't go on his internship, then he'll be the only one in the entire class who doesn't get the experience. It would be unfair if he couldn't do the same and get stronger like the rest of us. He worked hard at the sports festival to get those offers. Yuta looked at her, surprised by the sheer heat in her voice. She was genuinely angry on his behalf. An emotion he wasn't quite sure how to process. He looked at Aizawa, expecting the teacher to shut her down, but Aizawa just waited for her to finish. You don't have to worry about that, he said. The school has already made arrangements for that situation as well. Both students looked at him. Aizawa turned his gaze to Yuta. From now on, you'll be interning with me. Yuta blinked. What? You heard me, Aizawa said flatly. Your internship with Gunhead is cancelled. Instead, you'll be spending the week with me. I can provide the protection the school wants while still giving you the training you need. It's not ideal, but it's the best compromise we're going to get. Uraraka's eyes lit up. Really? That's amazing, sensei. Yuta, meanwhile, was still processing. You're taking me on as an intern? Don't get excited, Aizawa said dryly. This isn't going to be a vacation. If anything, it'll probably be harder than what Gunhead would have put you through. I have high standards, and I don't go easy on students just because they're under my direct supervision. I wasn't expecting you to, Yuta said. Good. Aizawa stood, adjusting his capture scarf. We'll get going soon. For now, finish up with the police and get some rest. Uraraka, your train to Osaka leaves in 3 hours. Don't miss it. Yes, sensei. Uraraka said quickly. Aizawa paused at the door, glancing back at Yuta. And Akutami? Yes? Don't expect a formal office or a patrol schedule, Aizawa said, his eyes narrowing. You're interning with an underground hero. That means you're on my time, which usually means no time. Also, next time you jump out of a train, which should possibly be never. He paused. Try to take your hero gear with you. Tokyo, Uwabami's agency. Momo Yaoyorozu had expected the internship of the #1 celebrity hero to be structured, disciplined, and perhaps a bit intensive regarding quirk-based rescue operations. Instead, she was currently holding a vanity mirror. Tilt it just a fraction to the left, darling, Uwabami chirped, adjusting a golden earring as her 3 snakes hissed in rhythmic approval. Lighting is a hero's best friend. If the public can't see the sparkle in your eye, how will they know they're being saved with style? Momo offered a polite, albeit strained, smile. Beside her, Kendo from Class 1B looked equally bewildered, clutching a tray of expensive-looking perfumes. Uwabami-san? Momo began tentatively. I was wondering when we might begin the patrol for suspicious activity. The crime statistics in this district suggest, we are patrolling, Yaoyorozu-chan. Uwabami laughed, striking a pose for a passing cameraman. We are patrolling the hearts of the citizens. A hero's presence is a deterrent, and what is more present than a billboard? I see. Momo looked around. Currently, they stood in a marble-floored lobby that felt more like a luxury perfume boutique than a crime-fighting headquarters. For some reason, all of it just seemed out of place with what she imagined from a pro-hero agency. A sentiment here a fellow hero course student shared. Hee. I know what you're thinking. Uwabami chuckled, seeing through their thoughts. You do? The looks on your faces say it all. It's normal, really. Many come with their ideas of what a pro-hero agency should look like, but not all agencies are the same. The way they operate is similarly different. Essentially. The celebrity hero went on to explain the essence of pro-heroes and how they work as government civil servants with different responsibilities. How they get work, get paid, and how heroes were even allowed side jobs. There was a lot of controversy when heroics first became a thing. But heroes were so popular that the public demanded it. It's a critical step of being a pro, really. Indeed. This kind of attention must be what all pro-heroes have to deal with. Working under pressure is a skill we must cultivate if we want to be successful. Momo theorized. Uwabami blinked. That wasn't what she was going for, but it worked beautifully. Good reasoning. First impressions are everything, girls. To be a hero is to be a brand. Before we discuss patrol routes, we have a 3-hour photo shoot for a hair product endorsement. Momo's upright shoulders slumped and the serious look on her face faltered. She had come here expecting to learn high-level rescue coordination and quirk application theory. Instead, she was being handed a bottle of shimmering shampoo. Still, she endured. This was just the burden that came with being a pro. Or so she told herself. The same could hardly be said 5 hours later. And cut. The director yelled. Everyone take 5. Momo nearly collapsed on the ground, not from exhaustion but sheer frustration. Moving to take a seat, she looked at her phone during the 5-minute refreshment break. The Class 1A group girl chat was already buzzing. Feeling a sudden pang of longing for actual hero work, she began to type. Momo, I have arrived at Iwabami's agency. It is quite different from what I imagined. We are currently in a commercial shoot. How is everyone else faring? Chiba, Selki's ship, the Oki Mariner. Suyu Azui poked her head out from the bridge of the massive vessel, the salty sea air misting her face. Su, I'm on a boat, Ribbit. Captain Selkie is very loud, but the crew is kind. We just finished Navy exercises. What about you guys? Mina, Momo-chan, swap with me. I'm in the big city and my mentor is literally making me do cardio in the middle of a shopping mall. People are staring. It's embarrassing. Mustafu, Death Arms Agency. Kyoka Jiro sat on a bench in a weight room, surrounded by the rhythmic clanking of iron and the grunts of massive sidekicks. Death Arms was currently lecturing a group of rookies about pure physical intimidation. Jiro felt like a toothpick in a forest of redwoods. Hey, earphone Jack. Stop texting and get back to the finger flicks. If you can't punch a hole through a brick, you aren't trying hard enough. Death Arms roared. Jiro winced, her jacks twitching. Jiro. I'm being yelled at by a man who eats protein powder for breakfast. Send help. Azui, Ribbit. Has anyone heard from Achiko? She and Akutami were on the same train, but she hasn't posted anything yet. Hagakure Toru, maybe her train's late? The chat went silent for a few seconds. The chat went silent for a few minutes. Momo looked at her screen, a small frown forming. Usually, Uraraka was the first to reply with an enthusiastic string of emojis. While Ashido was the first to start the chat. Jiro, maybe she's currently in training. It is Gunhead after all. The guy's a big brawler. It'd be no surprise if he is just like Death Arms when it comes to. Suddenly, the Uraraka is typing. Bubble appeared at the bottom of the screen. It flickered for a long time, disappearing and reappearing as if she was struggling with what to say. Uraraka, guys. You won't believe what happened. Mina, Achiko. Finally. How's Gunhead? Is he as scary as he looks? Uraraka. We never made it to Gunhead. Our train was attacked by villains. The typing. Bubbles at the bottom of the screen disappeared instantly. A second later, the chat exploded. Jiro, what? Mina, are you okay? Momo, villains on a Shinkansen? That's high-level interference. Are there casualties? Are you hurt? Uraraka, I'm okay. But I was gassed. I slept through the whole thing, it was Akutami-kun who fought them off alone. He was shot in the shoulder, then jumped out of the moving train carrying me to get us away. Mina, he was shot. Toru, oh my god, are you serious? Jiro, that sounds kinda cool. Toru, Jiro. Jiro, what? It's my thoughts, okay? Azui, is he alright? That sounds incredibly dangerous. Uraraka, he's fine now, he says, but I heard from Aizawa-sensei that the villains are hunting him. Momo, hunting him? Uraraka, I don't really know much of the details myself. Momo, this is grave news. But I'm relieved you're both safe. Please take care of yourself. Jiro, so what now? Are you guys heading back to UA? Uraraka hesitated, then typed. Uraraka, I'm still going to Osaka for my internship. My train leaves in a couple hours. But Akutami-kun's internship with Gunhead got cancelled. The school thinks it's too dangerous since the villains were specifically after him. Jiro, wait, so Akutami is going back to UA? Mina, what? That's so unfair. Toru. He saved you and now he's being punished. Momo, I understand the school's reasoning, but it does seem unfortunate. Uraraka, it's okay though. Aizawa-sensei is taking him on as an intern instead. So he'll still get training, Azui, Ribbit. That's surprising, Uraraka, I know, right? Momo, well, it's good that you're okay, Azui, yeah. Sounds like you've had more of a hero experience than any of us, and your internships haven't even begun yet, Mina. Oh, special one-on-one training with a pro? Lucky, Azui, still, it must be stressful. Tell Akutami-kun we're glad he's okay. Ribbit. Uraraka, I will. Thanks, everyone. I'll update you guys later when I get to Osaka. Momo set her phone down on the velvet cushioned chair, her mind swirling. The makeup artist was touching up Iwabumi's foundation while a photographer adjusted the angle of a reflector. Villains on a train. An actual combat situation. The stark contrast between her classmates' reality and her own was jarring. While Yuta was dodging bullets and Uraraka was heading back into the fray with a renewed sense of purpose, Momo was sitting in a climate-controlled room waiting for a makeup artist to touch up her foundation. No, she told herself firmly, straightening her posture. This is still valuable experience. Iwabumi-san is a successful pro hero. There must be something I can learn here, even if it's not what I expected. But the thought felt hollow. The truth was harder to swallow. She'd chosen Iwabumi because the hero had specifically requested her. After her humiliating loss to Sato at the sports festival, defeated in less than a minute by someone she'd severely underestimated, Momo's confidence had been shattered. When Iwabumi's offer came, praising her elegant presence and marketable image, it had felt like validation. Someone wanted her. Someone saw value in her. Even if that value was apparently limited to how she looked holding a bottle of conditioner. Did I choose this because I wanted to grow? She thought bitterly. Or did I choose this because I was afraid of an agency where I'd have to fight? Is something wrong, Yaoyorozu-chan? Kendo asked, noticing the way Momo's grip tightened on her phone. You look like you just read a disaster report. In a way, I did. She explained what happened. Kendo's eyes widened. Are they alright? It's fine. It makes one wonder, about our choices. Momo looked at her reflection in the large, illuminated vanity mirror. She saw a girl in a polished costume, surrounded by luxury. She didn't see the elite student who had entered UA through recommendations, Yaoyorozu-chan. Iwabumi called out, her snakes swaying gracefully. Come here for a moment, darling. Momo approached, straightening her posture instinctively. Yes, Iwabami-san. The celebrity hero studied her with sharp, snake-like eyes. You look troubled. Something on your mind? No, I'm fine, Momo said quickly. Iwabumi smiled knowingly. You're a terrible liar, dear. Let me guess, you're wondering why you're here instead of throwing punches in some dark alley? Momo's silence was answer enough. I see. Iwabumi gestured to a nearby chair. Sit. We have a few minutes before the next setup. Momo sat, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Kendo drifted over as well, looking curious. Iwabumi leaned against the vanity, her expression shifting from playful to something more serious. You know, when I was starting out as a hero, I had a similar crisis. I wanted to be on the front lines, taking down villains with flashy quirk displays. I thought that was what being a real hero meant. What changed? Momo asked quietly. I realized something important, Iwabumi said. Heroism isn't just about fighting. It's about impact. Influence. Reach. She gestured to the studio around them. Do you know how many people will see this commercial? Millions. And every single one of them will see a hero. Calm, confident, successful. That image matters. But... Momo hesitated. Shouldn't we be focusing on improving our combat abilities? Our quirks? Of course, Iwabumi said. But combat is only one aspect of heroism. Public trust is another. And trust isn't built in back alleys. It's built in moments like this. When people see heroes as relatable, approachable, successful, they believe in the system that supports us. Kendo nodded slowly, seeming to follow the logic. I see. Momo thought, not really all that convinced. Is that really what I want to be? An image? I can see you're still not convinced, Iwabumi said with a soft laugh. That's fine. You're young. You have time to figure out what kind of hero you want to be. She stood, adjusting her hair. But while you're here, try to see the value in what we're doing. Every hero has to learn how to work with the public. Even the underground ones. The director called for places, and Iwabumi swept back toward the set with practiced grace. Momo remained seated for a moment longer, staring at her hands. What kind of hero do I want to be? Alright, girls. Break time is over. Iwabumi's voice chimed, echoing through the lobby. The sun is hitting the atrium perfectly. It's time for the heroic shine sequence. Yayarosa-chan, I want you to stand behind me and look aspirational. Shizuoka Clinic. The lobby was quiet after Aizawa left to speak with the station chief. In the room, Uraraka was frantically typing on her phone, until. The messages had been comforting in their own chaotic way, but they also reminded her of how close things had come to going terribly wrong. A soft knock on the doorframe made her look up. Yuta stood in the doorway, his duffel bag slung over his good shoulder. Hey, you ready to go? Uraraka blinked, then looked down at herself, still in the hospital gown they'd given her earlier. Her eyes went wide. Oh no! I completely forgot. She scrambled off the bed, nearly tripping over her own feet as she grabbed her bag. I got so caught up in the group chat that give me like 2 minutes. I need to change back into my uniform. Take your time, Yuta said, stepping back into the hallway. Aizawa-sensei is still talking with the police. We've got a bit before we need to leave. 2 minutes. Uraraka repeated, already digging through her bag frantically. I promise. The door clicked shut, and Yuta heard the sound of frantic rustling from inside. He leaned against the wall, pulling out his own phone, or rather, the temporary flip phone the clinic staff had lent him after his got destroyed. The screen was small and pixelated, a relic from another era. I really need to get a new phone, he thought, flipping it closed. True to her word, Uraraka emerged exactly 2 minutes later, properly dressed in her UA uniform, her hair hastily smoothed down. Her face was still slightly flushed from the rush. Okay. Ready now, she announced, a bit breathlessly. Yuta pushed off the wall. You good? Yeah. Sorry about that. She adjusted her bag strap, then held up her phone. The girls' group chat is blowing up. Mina and Toru are going nuts. You should probably tell them you're okay, Yuta suggested. I did. She tapped the screen one last time and sighed. I told them we had a minor detour and that you're interning with Aizawa-sensei now. Hagakure is already asking if it's because you're his secret favorite. Yuta let out a dry huff. If being his favorite means jumping out of trains and getting shot, they can have the title. Uraraka laughed, though it came out a bit nervous. Yeah, I don't think anyone's volunteering for that. They started walking down the hallway together. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Yuta remained silent, not out of choice but due to his ignorance of what to say in this situation. Like many boys his age, he wasn't much of a conversation starter, hence, talking with girls had never been his strong suit. As a result, an awkward silence settled between them. Thankfully, the journey to Mr. Aizawa wasn't long. They walked out of the clinic together, stepping into the late afternoon sunlight. A police car was waiting outside, engine idling. Aizawa stood beside it, arms crossed, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Uraraka," he said. "Your train leaves in 45 minutes. We'll drive you to the station." "Thank you, sensei." The ride was quiet. Uraraka sat in the back seat with Yuta, watching the city blur past the window. Every so often, she'd glance at him, but he was staring out his own window, lost in thought. Finally, she spoke. "Are you okay?" Yuta blinked, turning to look at her. "Yeah." "Why?" "You just seem quiet," Uraraka said carefully. "I mean, I know you're always kind of quiet, but this feels different." Yuta considered that for a moment, then shrugged. "I guess I'm just thinking about what comes next. Interning with Aizawa-sensei is going to be intense." "You'll do great," Uraraka said with confidence. "You saved me today, after all. I think you can handle anything Aizawa-sensei throws at you." "Maybe," Yuta said. Then, after a pause, "Thanks, by the way." "For what?" "For being angry on my behalf back then," he said. Even if it ultimately didn't matter at the end. He regretted it the moment the words escaped his mouth. Who would seriously say something like that? He looked from the corner of his eye, only to find Uraraka with lightly red cheeks, waving her hand dismissively. "Of course I did. You saved my life. The least I could do was make sure you didn't get completely screwed over because of it." Well, technically she was in danger in the first place because of him, but whether she intentionally didn't mention it or forgot, he wasn't dumb enough to point it out. "Still," Yuta said. "I appreciate it." The car pulled into the station, and Aizawa parked near the entrance. Uraraka grabbed her bag and stepped out, Yuta following close behind. Shizuoka Station, 4 p.m., the afternoon sun was beginning to dip, casting long, orange shadows across the platform. Commuters rushing to catch their trains, announcements crackling over the loudspeakers, the clatter of wheels on tracks. Uraraka stood by the doors of the police car, her duffel bag clutched tightly. She looked at Yuta, her expression a mix of lingering worry and relief. "So," she said, trying to sound upbeat. "I guess this is where we part ways, huh?" "For now," Yuta said. "Good luck at Gunheads. Learn a lot." "I will," Uraraka said brightly. Then her smile faltered slightly. "You'll be careful, right? I know you can handle yourself, but those villains are still out there." "I'll be fine," Yuta assured her. "Aizawa-sensei won't let anything happen to me. And besides, I'm harder to kill than I look." "That's not funny," Uraraka said, though she was smiling again. There was a brief, awkward silence. Then, before Yuta could react, Uraraka stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a quick, tight hug. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For saving me." Yuta froze, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. He wasn't used to this physical affection from classmates, gratitude expressed so openly. It took him a second to recover, but eventually, he patted her back awkwardly. "You're welcome," he said. Uraraka pulled back, her cheeks slightly pink. "Okay. I should go before I miss my train. Good luck with Aizawa-sensei." "Yeah. You too." She turned and hurried toward the platform, waving once over her shoulder before disappearing into the crowd. Yuta stood there for a moment, still processing the hug. Then he turned and walked back to where Aizawa was waiting by the car. "Ready?" Aizawa asked. "Yeah," Yuta said. "Good. Get your things. We're catching the next Shinkansen." Yuta blinked. "We're taking a train? Where are we going?" Aizawa's expression didn't change. "Hosu City." Hosu City, 5 p.m. Hosu was a city of lights and transit, a hub that never truly slept. Neon signs flickered against the darkening sky, and the streets thrummed with the energy of thousands of people moving through their evening routines. But tonight, beneath the surface, the vibe was off. High atop a water tower overlooking the central plaza, Tamura Shigaraki sat with his legs dangling over the edge. Beside him, massive, misshapen figures stood motionless in the shadows. Shigaraki scratched at his neck absently, his pale fingers leaving faint red marks against his skin. "The stage is almost ready, Kurojairi," he rasped. "Is our guest of honor in position?" The air beside him shimmered, and Kurojairi's form materialized from the mist. "Endeavor has just touched down at the local hero office," Kurojairi said, his voice smooth. "He is agitated. The reports of villain sightings we leaked have done their work. He is looking for a fight." "Good." Shigaraki's grin was jagged and manic. "And the hero killer?" "Stain is already in the alleys," Kurojairi replied. "He is hunting a minor pro, but he knows the number 2 is coming. He is eager." Shigaraki let out a low, grating laugh. "Of course he is. That self-righteous lunatic probably thinks this is his big moment. Let him have his fun. Once Endeavor shows up, we'll give the whole world a show they'll never forget." He stood, stretching his arms over his head and adjusting the father mask on his face. "Where did you choose to deploy the Nomu?" "2 with you now. The remaining 4 are positioned in the entertainment district, the business sector, and the residential zone. They will activate on your signal." "Perfect." Shigaraki's grin widened. "Let's tear this city apart." The air in Hosu was thick with tension, even if the general public hadn't sensed it yet. The sidewalks were crowded with the after-work rush, but the rooftops were occupied by something else entirely. Native adjusted the straps of his gauntlets, his boots against the pavement beside him. Mirage was a study in rigid discipline. Her eyes never settled, darting from rooftop edges to the dark spaces between parked cars. "You know," Native said after a stretch of silence, "I've been on this beat for 3 years. Never seen it this quiet during an alert." "Quiet is when we need to be most vigilant," Mirage replied without looking at him. "Right. Yeah, no, I get that." Native rubbed the back of his neck. "I just meant, usually there's at least some petty crime. Pickpockets. Drunk teenagers. Something. But everyone's either staying home or sticking to the main streets. Because every hero is looking for the hero killer. It's not going to change until he is either captured or spotted elsewhere." "Exactly my point," Native said. "The whole city's on edge. Every agency's running double patrols." Endeavor himself showed up. If Stain's got any sense of self-preservation, he's lying low until the heat dies down. Mirage's eyes swept across a group of salary workers hurrying past, heads down. "You're assuming he operates on logic." "Most criminals do, in their own way." Native gestured vaguely. "Even the crazy ones have patterns. They just make sense to them instead of us. The hero killer has attacked 7 pros in the last month," Mirage said flatly. "All of them isolated. Majority at night. All in areas with minimal surveillance. Not once has he stayed a full month without making an appearance." "Yeah, but," Native paused as they passed a convenience store, its bright lights spilling onto the sidewalk. A clerk was restocking shelves, completely oblivious to the 2 heroes walking by. "But that's what makes tonight different. There's nowhere in this city where a hero is truly isolated right now. We're all overlapping routes. Response times are cut in half." "Which could force him to change tactics," Mirage countered. Native considered that, then nodded slowly. "Fair point." They turned down a side street, the crowds thinning as they moved away from the main shopping area. "So," Native tried again after a few moments, "how long have you been with Idaten's team?" 8 months. "Right. And before that?" "Different agency." Mirage's tone suggested she wasn't interested in elaborating. Cool, cool. Native cleared his throat. I worked with a few different teams before settling here. Hosu's got good energy, you know? Big enough to stay busy, small enough that you can actually make a difference. Mirage didn't respond. Plus the food scene's pretty great, Native added, then immediately winced at how desperate that sounded. I mean, not that food's what I meant was, I'm aware Hosu has restaurants, Mirage said dryly. Right. Obviously. Native fell silent, mentally kicking himself. They walked another block. A stray cat darted across their path, disappearing into a gap between buildings. Come on, Native. Think. Think. His mind spun. What about the vigilante? He asked suddenly. Mirage turned. What about him? You were part of the response team that night. When Ingenium was attacked. What's your assessment? Native tried sounding as normal as possible. From what I heard, he's quite something. Capable of handling Stain when Ingenium couldn't. It's quite surprising. Mirage's eyes narrowed at his words. He interfered with an active operation, engaged a known serial killer without authorization, and assaulted one of our team members. The last part carried a hint of venom. By every legal metric, he's a criminal. I don't know what to make of him besides that. Native coughed slightly. I mean. Yeah, but he did save Ingenium and injure Stain. Who knows what would have happened if not for him, right? The fact that a vigilante did our job for us isn't a reason to relax, Native, Mirage replied, her tone sharp and devoid of humor. It's an embarrassment. And Stain didn't die. He's a cornered animal now. That makes him twice as dangerous. Wow. Tough crowd. He chuckled awkwardly. The guys weren't kidding when they said she wasn't easy to talk to. Sorry. I just don't see the point in small talk while we're on duty, she said without a change in expression. Fair enough. Native said. Just trying to make the time pass. The time passes fine on its own. Does it though? He said hesitantly. I mean, we've got another 2 hours of patrol left. Might as well make it pleasant. Pleasant, Mirage raised an eyebrow. We're looking for a serial killer and you want to make it pleasant? That. I didn't mean it like that. I see. Forgive me if I find your way of flirting very confusing. Native stiffened. Mirage shot him a sideways glance. Is it not your way of flirting? What? No. I was just, because if it is, Mirage continued, her tone unchanged, you're not very good at it. I wasn't, Native stopped, then let out a short laugh. Okay, fine. Maybe a little. You're not my type, Mirage said bluntly. Ouch. Native put a hand over his heart in exaggerated pain. Straight to the point, huh? I don't see the benefit in pretending otherwise. No, I respect that. Most people would have let me embarrass myself for at least another week. I was just trying to lighten the mood, really. I don't like the silence. Then focus on the silence. It'll tell you more than I will, she replied. They crossed into the warehouse district, where the streetlights were spaced further apart, leaving long stretches of gray-black shadows between the pools of yellow light. The hum of the city was a distant murmur here. Actually, you're right. It is quiet. Too quiet. Native slowed his pace. We're supposed to have met up with the next patrol team by now. Check the corner, Mirage whispered, her hand hovering near her belt. Native stepped around a stack of shipping pallets, his eyes narrowing. Nothing. Just some trash and, he stopped. There, tucked into the recessed doorway of a closed textile shop, was a single, polished boot. It was attached to a leg that didn't move. Mirage, Native's voice turned grim. They moved together, back to back, as they approached the doorway. It wasn't a civilian. It was a pro-hero, a local sidekick they both recognized from the morning briefing. He was slumped against the brickwork, his throat opened. He's still warm. Mirage dropped a check for a pulse she knew she wouldn't find. Call it in, Native said, his eyes darting to the rooftops. Mirage, call it, clink. The sound of metal on stone echoed from the alley directly across from them. A shadow detached itself from the wall. A blade whistled through the air. Native barely reacted when a knife embedded itself into his chest. Move! Mirage shouted, activating her quirk. More blades sliced through the air. They pierced through her arm, nailing her to the floor before she could move. Contact, she yelled into her comms. We found Stain. Squelch. Hosu City, Hero Coordination Office. Endeavor's arrival was impossible to miss. The number 2 hero strode through the front doors of Hosu's Hero Coordination Office with all the arrogance of a force of nature. Behind him, Shoto Todoroki followed at a comfortable distance, his expression as bland as possible. The receptionist nearly dropped her clipboard. Endeavor-san. We weren't expecting. Where's the regional coordinator? Endeavor's voice cut through the air like a blade. I need current intel on the hero killer sightings. Now. Why yes, of course. Right this way. She led them down a hallway to a conference room where several local heroes were already gathered around a large digital map of the city. The moment Endeavor entered, all conversation stopped. Endeavor, one of the heroes, a middle-aged man with a mechanical quirk, stood immediately. This is unexpected. We received word you might be joining the operation but not so soon. Consider this your notification, Endeavor said without looking at him. Shoto's gaze fell on the heroes in the room. The vast majority, he didn't recognize. There were only 2 exceptions. At the head of the table sat a man with his helmet placed aside and serious features. He must be the turbo hero, Ingenium. How was he sure? Because he bore an uncanny resemblance to his classmate in a similar hero costume sitting right beside him. Ida. Currently, Tenyo was returning said gaze. As for Endeavor, he couldn't be bothered to look at anything else besides the map. Red dots marked recent hero killer activity, attack sites, witness reports, and suspected hiding locations. Brief me. What's the current situation? The coordinator gestured to the map. 3 confirmed sightings in the past week, all in the Eastern District. The pattern suggests he's working his way toward the commercial center, targeting heroes on night patrol. We've increased our presence in the predicted zones, but he's been elusive. Elusive, Endeavor repeated, his tone dripping with disdain. You mean incompetent? The room tensed. With all due respect, Endeavor-san, another hero spoke up. A woman with a support class quirk, the hero killer is highly tactical. He chooses his ground carefully and strikes when heroes are isolated. We're doing everything we can. Everything you can isn't enough, Endeavor interrupted. That's why I'm here. This ends tonight. Todoroki remained silent behind him. His father's confidence was the same. Nigh suffocating. The coordinator cleared his throat. We appreciate your assistance, of course. However, I should mention that Ingenium and his agency have also been heavily involved in the search. He's coordinating patrol routes in the residential sectors. Perhaps you'd like to. I work alone, Endeavor said curtly. Just point me toward the most recent sighting and stay out of my way. Actually, a new voice called from near the map. I think coordination would be more effective. Ingenium stood up. Endeavor-san. I understand your direct approach has merit. But the hero killer isn't like typical villains. He's been evading capture precisely because heroes underestimate his tactical awareness. You're telling me how to handle a villain? I'm suggesting we pool our resources, Ingenium said evenly. My team has been tracking his movements for 2 weeks. We have pattern analysis, predicted strike zones, and optimal response formations. If we coordinate our patrol routes, we can cover more ground and respond faster if he strikes. Endeavor studied him for a moment, then grunted. Fine. Show me what you have. As the two pros moved to the map, Tenya quietly approached Todoroki. Todoroki-kun, he said, his voice low. I didn't expect to see you here. My father insisted, Todoroki said simply. Apparently Hosu is the perfect training ground for real hero work. I see. Tenya adjusted his glasses. The hero killer has caused quite a stir to draw even your father here. I suppose it's for the best though. Todoroki's brows narrowed. You really think so, huh? He understood what Ida meant. Regardless of how overbearing he is, he's still the number 2 hero. He set his sights on Endeavor amongst the others. Simmering with barely contained impatience. They'll endure him for that alone. Todoroki-kun, Tenya said quietly, are you, alright? Todoroki glanced at him. Why do you ask? You seem tense. More so than usual. Todoroki was silent for a moment. In the distance, Ingenium cleared his throat. If we're going to coordinate efforts, we should establish clear communication protocols. The hero killer has proven capable of disrupting standard channels. Which is why I'm not using them, Endeavor interrupted. I'll patrol the high-priority zones. When I find him, I'll handle it. End of discussion. That's not. Ingenium started. Are you questioning my capability? Endeavor's flames surged. I'm questioning your strategy, Ingenium said firmly. And yes, if that strategy puts my team at risk by creating gaps in our coverage, then I will question it. The two heroes stared at each other across the map table. The other pros in the room shrunk back, unwilling to get caught in the crossfire. Perhaps, the coordinator said nervously, we could establish primary and secondary patrol zones? Endeavor-san could take the commercial district where the most recent sighting occurred, while Ingenium's team maintains coverage of. Fine, Endeavor said abruptly. Assign your zones. I'll be in the commercial district. Just stay out of my way when I engage the target. He turned toward the exit. Shoto. We're leaving. Yes. Todoroki said. As they moved toward the door, Tenya called out, Todoroki. Be careful out there. You too, Ida. The door closed behind them. Ingenium exhaled, his hand moving to massage his temple. That went about as well as expected. Captain, are we really going to let him operate independently? If he encounters Stain without backup. We can't stop him, Ingenium cut in. He's the number 2. He outranks everyone in this room. All we can do is maintain our own formations and hope. Frantic static went through his comms before he could finish. A frantic, high-pitched emergency override. Code Red. Code Red. Sector 4, Warehouse District. Multiple pros down. It's him. It's the hero. The audio cut into static, followed by a wet, sickening thud. Then silence. Everyone's expressions changed. All units, converge on Alley 4. Ingenium was already moving. Tenya, with me. Everyone else, standard combat formation. Do not engage alone. Repeat, do not engage the hero killer alone. Alleyway, Sector 4, by the time the pros arrived, the alley was a slaughterhouse. The pro heroes arrived, only to see the scene was worse than the report suggested. Native was pinned to the pavement, a serrated blade through his shoulder and an unmoving chest. Mirage was slumped against the brickwork 10 feet away. She was awake, but her eyes were glazed, her breath coming in shallow gasps. 2 more pros were on the floor, their life or death unknown. Blood pooled across the cracked pavement. Mirage. Tensei came to a halt at the sight before him. Standing deeper into the alley, his body shielded in the darkness like a ghost in the night, was Stain. More pretenders, he looked at the influx of heroes. Ingenium, the interns, and the local pros didn't flinch. The false heroes arrive in a swarm. You darn bastard. What the hell have you done? Blood dropped from Stain's blade. The era of the false hero ends tonight. He pointed his blade forward. And it all starts with crash. Flames exploded into the alley entrance, so bright and hot that the air itself seemed to scream. The heat wave forced Stain to leap backward. Endeavor landed like a meteor, the pavement cracking beneath his boots. His flames roared higher, illuminating the entire alley in harsh orange light. Hero killer. His voice thundered. Your rampage ends here. The number 2 hero, Stain uttered. How fitting. Surrender, Endeavor growled. This is your only warning. Surrender? His smile widened. To someone like you? Never. He took a step backward. Behind him, space distorted as a portal opened in the darkness. Wait. Ingenium's eyes widened. That's not. Stain stepped backward into the void. All you fakes will be purged. Don't you dare. Endeavor lunged forward. A flame blast shot down the alley. The purple mist surged, engulfing Stain like a defensive shield. Stain vanished into the portal, and it snapped shut with a sound like tearing reality, swallowing Endeavor's blasts alongside it. The alley fell into silence, broken only by Mirage's labored breathing and the crackling of Endeavor's flames. Damn it! Endeavor snarled, his fists clenched. Damn it! Tenya and Todoroki stood frozen near the entrance, staring at the spot where the portal had been. That was... Tenya's voice was barely audible. A warp quirk. Like the one from USJ. Someone's helping him, Ingenium said grimly, already moving toward the fallen heroes. This wasn't a solo operation. Watchbird, medical status. One of the heroes was already kneeling beside Mirage's vitals, checking vitals. She's alive. Barely. Multiple stab wounds, significant blood loss. We need EMTs now. Someone call for medical assistance. 2 minutes out, another hero confirmed, speaking rapidly into their comm, but before anyone could move further, the air shimmered again. The portal reopened. Every hero tensed, quirks activating, weapons drawn. But it wasn't Stain who emerged. It was massive. Easily 3 meters tall. With exposed musculature, its brain was visible through a translucent skull. No way. Todoroki's eyes widened. It can't be. Empty eyes stared at nothing and everything. Nomu. Todoroki's blood ran cold, memories of USJ flooding back vividly. That's, like the one from the attack, Tenya finished, his voice shaking. The Nomu stood in the center of the alley. Then its mouth opened. Wider. Impossibly wide. And screamed. The sound was devastating, a sonic blast that shattered windows, cracked pavement, and had heroes stumbling backward with hands clamped over their ears. Endeavor fired a blast midway, only for the fire to shoot backwards in a blaze of greater force. The force of it rattled teeth and bones. Boom! An explosion resounded in Sector 4. The Shinkansen, en route to HOSU. I guess I have something else to add to my list of problems. The interior of the Shinkansen was quiet. After the chaos of the morning, the steady hum of the tracks felt almost surreal. Yuta sat by the window, watching the landscape of Shizuoka dissolve into the sprawling urban outskirts of the Kanto region. In reality, his mind was occupied by today's events. It was a wake-up call, reminding him of how reckless he had been and the fact that surviving a near-death experience and lingering after injuries wasn't enough. Honestly, being targeted by the remains of Shai Hasaikai was the last thing he expected to happen today. He had been told a month prior that the Hasaikai had collapsed, and with the story of the vigilante, who would believe a 15-year-old kid had managed to kill Overhaul? Whatever worries he initially had faded with the appearance of the sports festival. Well, he couldn't be blamed too much. For him, too much had taken place in the short span of a month. So much so that his jutsu development plan had stalled and his exercise plan to increase his chakra capacity still hadn't even kicked off yet. His chakra pathways were almost fully healed at this point, so he planned to deal with those after the internships. Of course, he wasn't complaining. For the adorable ball of white sunshine that was airy, temporary pathway damage was well worth it. As for the hero killer, he had no plans to seek him out in the short term. It had only been a week since his battle between Stain and his shadow clone, and his strength hadn't improved by any margin. There would be no point seeking revenge now. Plus, with his actions changing canon, he wasn't sure how much had changed. Ingenium wasn't crippled, Ida had no desire for revenge, and the hero killer was injured. Him still being in Hosu was uncertain at this point. Hence, Yuta made no plans to base his internship in Hosu, nor did he bother sending a shadow clone. However, it seemed fate had other plans. "You've heard of Hosu, haven't you?" Aizawa's voice brought him out of his thoughts. "Huh? Oh, yeah, I have it on the news," he replied. "That's where the infamous hero killer was last sighted. Right?" Across from him, Aizawa opened one eye. "Exactly. And you're taking me there. Why? Shouldn't we be going somewhere safer?" "It is safer," Aizawa replied in a bland tone. "If the Hasaikai wants to find you, where's the last place they'd expect you to go?" Yuta frowned. "A city on high alert for a serial killer?" "Precisely." Aizawa's expression didn't change. "Hosu's currently crawling with top-ranked pros. Endeavor himself will be there if he isn't already. Every hero agency in the district is running double patrols and police presence is at an all-time high. So you're using the chaos as cover," Yuta concluded. "More than that. The Hasaikai operates in shadow and it's hard to pin them down. However, the hero killer's activities have turned Hosu into a fortress. It's the worst possible environment for them to operate in." He paused. "And it serves another purpose. You wanted close-quarters combat training, right? That was the whole point of choosing Gunhead." Yuta nodded. "Well, you're getting it." He pulled a tablet from his bag, swiping through a digital itinerary. "Our itinerary for the week is simple. We arrive in Hosu, check in at the local precinct for the Joint Task Force, and then we head to a private training facility I've secured. You'll be spending 10 hours a day in active combat drills with me. Also, let me make a note of it. There will be no patrols and no solo excursions. No private investigations either. If you sneak out on your own for any reason, your internship is over. Best report to me if you notice something." "Yes, sir." "Good. We'll arrive in about 30 minutes. Once we're there, we're keeping a low profile." Crash. The entire train lurched violently. The screech of metal on metal tore through the cabin, followed by the deafening roar of wind as the pressurized seal was shattered. Screams followed from the back cabin. What was? Yuta turned back, but Aizawa was already moving. "Come with me." His capture scarf unfurled like a living thing. They raced toward the back of the car. When they reached the connecting vestibule, they stopped dead. The side of the back passenger car had been ripped open as if by a giant claw. Glass shards littered the floor, and the night air was rushing in at 200 kilometers per hour. Standing at the side of the train was a creature that looked like a mutant among mutants. Beneath its massive palm, pressed into the floor, was a pro-hero. Their costume was torn, blood seeping from multiple wounds. They weren't moving. That's... Aizawa recognized it. Nomu, as did Yuta. A Nomu's attacking the train? What the hell? Yuta was stunned. The scene right now reminded him so much of Deku and Gran Torino's original scene. Only this time the replacements were him and Aizawa, and it was a day or two early. Was Hosu still happening? Did she? The Nomu's head snapped toward the sound. Its massive hand reached toward them, fingers spreading wide to grab the woman's head. Snap! Gray fabric shot through the air, wrapping around the Nomu's wrist mid-reach. Aizawa yanked hard, his eyes glowing crimson as his erasure activated. Akutami! Aizawa barked without looking back. Get them out! Yuta was already moving. He grabbed the couple by their arms, pulling them toward the front car. Go! Move! Behind them, Aizawa's erasure had seemingly no effect. The creature let out a piercing roar. Following which, its free hand clamped down on the captured weapon with crushing force, then pulled. Aizawa was dragged forward like he weighed nothing. At the same time, the Nomu's second hand shot out. Aizawa didn't fight the momentum, instead, he leveraged the force of the pull to launch himself into a high-speed backflip. He sailed over the Nomu's head just as its second hand swiped through the space his torso had occupied milliseconds prior. It's just like the one from USJ. He twisted mid-air, landing in a crouch behind it. Erasing its quirks won't do anything, and he dodged just as the creature struck the aisle he stood on. The iron was smashed apart. The scarf snapped forward again, wrapping around the creature's leg. He pulled, trying to throw it off balance. The Nomu didn't budge. Instead, it stomped down, pinning the fabric to the floor. Then swung its arm. Aizawa released the scarf instantly, rolling to the side as the Nomu's fist crashed through the seat where he'd been standing a heartbeat earlier. Metal and cushioning exploded outward. Up front, the train conductor engaged the brakes. Metal shrieked as the Shinkansen began to decelerate violently. The sudden change in speed threw everyone off balance. Aizawa, who was mid-maneuver, was affected the most as he fell forward way more than he intended to. This time, there was nowhere to dodge. The Nomu's fist connected with Aizawa's ribs. The impact was devastating. Aizawa felt bones crack as he was launched backward through the shattered side of the train. He hit the concrete railway wall hard enough to leave a crater, his vision going white for a moment before dropping to the floor. Blood filled his mouth. Damn it! He looked up. Barely a few meters away, the train came to a halt. The Nomu stepped through the hole it had created, walking along the edge of the car. Aizawa tried to stand up. He winced the moment he did, pain shooting through his ribs and left arm. The Nomu dropped from the train, landing on the tracks with a heavy thud. Then it crawled on all fours towards him. This is bad, Aizawa thought, forcing himself upright against the wall. I can't fight it head-on. His quirk was ineffective. His capture scarf was gone. Now this. He pulled his goggles down with his right hand, his hair beginning to drift upward as he ignited his erasure one more time. Even if it couldn't stop the creature's raw strength, he had to make sure he nullified any reactive quirks that might trigger once the kill strike began. Not for himself, but rather. Whoosh! A figure shot out of the hole in the train at blurring speed. The Nomu had barely registered the disturbance when. Bang! Yuta's chakra-enhanced fist slammed into the top of the creature's skull with devastating force. The impact cratered the tracks beneath them, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The Nomu's body went limp, its face pressed into the splintered railway ties. Aizawa shielded his face from the dust before taking a proper look. I thought I told you. He coughed, a fresh smear of blood staining his chin, to get the passengers to safety. The vestibule doors are locked and the conductor is calling it in. Yuta said without turning around. His eyes sporting the signature blood red of the Sharingan. But if I'd stayed there, I'd be looking for a new mentor by tomorrow morning. I'm not ready to go back to general studies just yet. I appreciate the concern, but I'm not ready to die just yet. He took 2 steps towards him. Yuta stepped aside. The Nomu was currently motionless. No movement. No breathing sounds. Just, nothing. Is it dead? Aizawa asked, forcing himself into a sitting position against the wall. Nope. Yuta replied. Just unconscious. Figures. The one from USJ took way worse and kept moving. These things don't go down easy. As if on cue, the Nomu's fingers twitched. Aizawa had barely said anything when. Bang! The ground shattered yet again. Looking at the motionless body, then turning to look at the boy who caused it. Yuta shrugged. What? You said they don't go down easy. Aizawa opened his mouth to respond. Boom! The explosion echoed across the night, a distant thunder that rattled what remained of the train's windows. Both their heads snapped toward the source. In the distance, thick black smoke billowed into the sky from Hosu's residential district. Orange flames licked at the base of the column, casting flickering shadows across the skyline. Then another explosion. Closer. The commercial sector this time. Then a third. Entertainment district. Multiple simultaneous attacks, Aizawa said grimly. It was obvious what was going on. The League of Villains. Yuta was still staring at the smoke. Sensei, this is an invasion. Aizawa finished. Someone just declared war on Hosu City. Ha ha ha. Tamura cackled on the edge of a water tower, watching the city burn with childlike fascination. Perfect. Now this is how things should be. Below, screams echoed through the streets. Car alarms wailed. Glass shattered. In the chaos, the pros of the city struggled to respond to threats all over. There's an explosion in the entertainment district. I see another in Sector 4. What the hell? All units, this is Mammoth. I'm currently in the residential district and there's something here that's... Arg. Dust and debris smashed in all directions. The muscular, shirtless pro-hero with horns on his head, Mammoth, watched the cloud of dust dissipate to reveal a creature with pitch-black skin, ripped trousers, no eyes, and an exposed brain. Villain? His eyes narrowed as the creature walked out of the destroyed building, flames rising to the air with black smoke. Civilians panicked at the sight before them, fleeing in all directions. Mommy! A frantically searching mother snapped at the voice only to see her 8-year-old daughter right in the creature's path. The Nomu didn't even look down. It simply stepped forward, its massive, gray-toned foot poised to crush anything in its path. Kira! No! The mother screamed, her voice lost in the cacophony of the burning street. Mammoth roared, his muscles bulging as he threw his entire weight into a charge. Get away from her, you freak! He lowered his horns, aiming for the monster's midsection. Bang! The collision happened, but the result was far from Mammoth's expectations, as the creature had simply reached out and caught Mammoth by the horn's mid-charge. The sound of grinding bone and metal echoed as the pro-hero's momentum was killed instantly. The creature then swung its arm, sending the several hundred-pound hero crashing into a line of parked cars like a discarded toy. Mammoth, a sidekick yelled. Elsewhere, a creature with similar features swooped from the skies, releasing an ear-piercing roar. The pacing is perfect, Kurojiri, Shigaraki whispered, scratching his neck until it bled. See how the heroes panic? They don't know who to save first. It's like a buggy RPG where the difficulty spikes all at once. An apt description. You destroyed several of those games in a span of days. Tamura snapped. I didn't ask you to mention that. Plus there was nothing better to do then. Kurojiri wisely chose to change the subject. All 6 Nomu have been deployed successfully. Units 2 and 3 will pin down possible reinforcements across parts of the city. And our guest of honor? He has engaged Unit 3. What the number 2 hero faces next are 3 Nomus designed to counter his abilities while Stain bides his time for the perfect chance to strike. The situation is to our advantage. Perfect. Shigaraki rasped. Let them play. Will you not be joining the battle? Don't be stupid. I'm still injured. He growled. That's the whole point of the Nomu. Without All Might intervening, nothing can possibly stop them. Kurojire's brows raised, but otherwise, he said nothing. Then why not somewhere closer to the main fight? And become a target if the pros spot me? No thanks. He replied without turning. Taking up his binoculars. It's just right watching their pain and suffering from here. Chaos tonight, and by tomorrow. He paused. Everyone will have a memory they can never forget. Railway site, Yuta and Aizawa. We need to move, Aizawa said, forcing himself upright despite the obvious pain. The response teams will handle the Nomu here. We need to. He stopped, swaying slightly. Yuta caught him by the arm. Sensei, you're in no condition to. I'm fine. I can see your internal structure. You have broken ribs and a partially useless arm. I said I'm fine. Aizawa's tone left no room for argument. And we don't have time for this. Those explosions aren't random terrorism. It's most likely the League of Villains planned this. League of Villains? You mean the guys who attacked the school? Yes. Aizawa nodded. This is a bigger scale than that. Every available pro is needed to contain this. Waiting here is not ideal. But what can we do? You can barely stand, and I'm just a student. You're the student who just one-shot a Nomu, Aizawa pointed out. That puts you ahead of most pros in this city right now. Also, the itinerary has changed. He tore a piece of his torn clothing and fashioned a makeshift sling for his injured arm. It seems you're getting field experience first before training. Sensei? These creatures are strong. Just one is a nightmare for regular pros. From the looks of it, there's more than one. It's unknown what the League's goal is here, but if the League is smart, and unfortunately they are, they'll try to take out as many pros as possible while they're grouped together. You'll need to stop them. Yuta hesitated. Sensei, I can't just leave you. When did I say you're leaving me? Yuta was stunned. You aren't really in the best condition right now. Aren't you letting me go out on my own? Aizawa paused. No. The rules of the internship are clear. An intern cannot engage in combat unless under the direct supervision of their mentor. And even then, only in controlled situations. If you act without me present, both of us could face serious consequences, disciplinary action, license revocation for me, and expulsion for you. The Hero Public Safety Commission doesn't care about good intentions when regulations are broken. But if I try to fight in my current state, I'm a liability, Yuta frowned. So what are we doing? Aizawa's eyes meet Yuta's Sharingan. We are moving as a unit. I am the eyes and the authority, you are the physical intervention. I disable whatever quirks the enemy has while you do the punching. You do not leave my sight, and you do not engage unless I give the command. If a pro is in mortal danger, you act, but you act as my extension. In no case scenario do we split up, and you're not playing solo hero. Understood? Yes, Sensei. Good. Let's go. Yuta turned. What about this one? He pointed to the Nomu. Are we really just going to leave it here till the response teams arrive? What if it wakes up earlier? Aizawa frowned. Just then, leave it to me. They turned to see a pro hero wearing a white costume, themed after what Yuta guessed was a polar bear. It was the pro hero the Nomu smashed into the train with. I'll make sure it doesn't go anywhere. He nodded towards them. You should go. My comms say there are 2 more of these things in the residential and entertainment districts. Plus there was a major explosion in Sector 4. No one's reported on the status there yet. So 3 or 4 more on the estimate. Aizawa frowned. I see. Thank you. He turned to Yuta. Akutami, let's go. They leaped over the walls of the tracks into the city. The Nomu at USJ was considerably stronger than this one. Aizawa thought. Nevertheless, still stronger than even a top-tier pro. That's without the quirks. In the distance came the sounds of destruction from multiple directions. Explosions, screams, and the distinctive roar of quirk-based combat. 3 to 4 heroes would be needed to have a chance of containing it. That's 16, on estimate. His face darkened. And Hosu doesn't have that many top-tier pros on duty at once. Hosu City, Alleyway, Sector 4, the sonic shriek had been devastating. Endeavor's flames rebounded from the Nomu's attack, the shockwave amplified by his own fire until the entire alley exploded in a cascade of force and heat that sent heroes flying backward. Windows shattered for blocks. Car alarms wailed. The pavement cracked in spiderweb patterns. Eventually, it died down, leaving nothing but a ringing silence in the ears of every hero present. Endeavor stood at the center of the street, his flames flickering dangerously. He stared into the settling cloud of debris where his flame rebound had occurred. Around him, heroes were struggling to recover. Get the injured back. Ingenium shouted, his voice cracking as he helped a disoriented Torque to his feet. Watchbird, status on that sonic blast. My ears are bleeding, but I'm functional. The hero replied, smashed against a wall of rubble. 50 meters away, Tenya and Todoroki had taken cover behind an ice barrier that had partially melted from the heat. What? Tenya's voice was barely audible through the ringing in his ears. What was that? Todoroki didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the smoke-filled alley where the attack had originated. TCH, Endeavor's flames burned brighter, his attention locked on the obscured entrance. Show yourself, a moment of silence followed. Then, a figure stepped out of the smoke. Massive, 3-meter-tall frame with rippling muscles that looked carved from stone. Its skin was a dull crimson. Each step made a resounding thud. The bone-white protrusions jutting from its shoulders and spine were the most eye-catching feature. Endeavor frowned. What kind of mutant are you? There was no reply. No matter. I'll just finish you off with a crack. The sound startled everyone. On the roof of the 4-story textile shop overlooking the alley, a second creature perched on all fours. Its limbs were unnaturally long, ending in hooked talons that dug deep into the concrete. Its features were obscured by the darkness, save for the sickly yellow glow of its bulging eyes. Above us. Watchbird screamed, pointing upward. A third creature leaped from the center of the smoke column, soaring high above the streetlights before crashing into the pavement between Endeavor and the other heroes. The impact was so heavy it felt like a localized earthquake. This one was pitch black, its skin looking as dense as obsidian. It stood slightly shorter than the crimson one, but its build was somehow more intimidating. The 3 Nomu stood in formation, creating a triangle with Endeavor at its center. Ida's hands were shaking. 3 of them, he whispered. How are there 3? No clue. Brothers, perhaps. Todoroki uttered. But if they're anything like the one from the USJ. He looked at Endeavor, whose irritation and arrogance had long since vanished. Then we're in a lot of trouble. The silence in the alley was heavy, broken only by the crackle of Endeavor's costume and the heavy breathing of the red Nomu. 3 mutants at once. Endeavor's brows furrowed. Interesting. He observed their positions. Triangle pattern. The way they stood. You're boxing me in. Endeavor uttered with a stern face. I'll assume you came for me then. He still got no reply. The crimson Nomu raised its hand. Crack. What followed were cracking noises and the sound of rearranging flesh as its hands transformed. From the creature's wrist, a thick, serrated spike of bone erupted, elongating until it resembled a spear. It didn't stop there. Similar protrusions burst from its shoulders and elbows, turning the creature into a walking thicket of blades. Endeavor scoffed. I'll take that as a yes. The hero killer's escape had left him sour. These things had come from the same portal he had gone through, so they would have to do as a substitute for his frustration. Bang! The Crimson Nomu burst forward with explosive force, its bone spear aimed directly at Endeavor's chest. Endeavor raised his hand. Flash fire, a concentrated blast of high-pressure flames erupted from his palm, meeting the charging creature head-on. The collision created a shockwave that rattled nearby windows. The Crimson Nomu was blasted back through the alley it came from. Shriek! The Nomu on the roof roared before leaping forward. Behind you! A warning fell into the man's ears. From behind, the pitch-black Nomu blasted forwards. Endeavor didn't turn. His other hand shot out backward. Jet burn! A propulsive blast of flames erupted from his palm. The concussive force of the flame hammered into the obsidian Nomu's chest. The creature was launched backward, crashing through a parked car with enough force to flip it end over end. Too easy. His gaze remained fixed on the one falling from above. The air heated up. His fire internalized as he prepared to expel a massive torrent of explosive flames to incinerate the airborne threat, when, bang! A figure appeared between them. Ingenium slammed his fist against the creature's side mid-air, his engines releasing a blue exhaust. Recipro burst. The impact altered its trajectory as it crashed through a storefront window in the distance. Ingenium landed. 3-on-1 isn't good odds, even for you. I had that, Endeavor said, his tone annoyed. Use your speed to get these heroes and civilians clear. I can handle this myself. I apologize if you thought so, Tensei uttered. But these things aren't ordinary villains. Endeavor frowned. Now's not the time for, Boom! The Crimson Nomu burst from the alley with explosive force, its bone spear swung like a sword. Flames still clung to its charred skin, but it moved as if pain didn't exist. Move! Ingenium was shoved aside as Endeavor raised both forearms in a defensive cross. The bone spear came down in an overhead slash. The serrated edge of the bone weapon bit into Endeavor's forearms despite the heat radiating from his body. Blood sprayed as the blade carved shallow wounds across both arms. The force drove Endeavor backward, his boots carving trenches in the asphalt. He rolled once, twice, before planting his feet and stabilizing himself. The wounds bled, but the blood never touched the ground, evaporating with the intense heat. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. In the distance, the crimson creature roared. Under everyone's sight, the burns faded away at a rapid pace. Charred flesh peeled away, revealing fresh skin beneath. The cracks in its bone armor sealed. Within seconds, the damage from his initial attack had completely vanished, the creature standing as if it had never been touched. I see. So you can regenerate. In the distance, Todoroki and Ida stood to their feet. It's the same. It came out simultaneously. Endeavor's flame stood to his feet. That was a stronger blast than what I normally use. To think it could deal with that. The temperature around him spiked. He had aimed not to kill, estimating what would knock them out. Still, it was beyond what would have KO'd his normal opponents. Ingenium, he said without looking back. Get everyone out of Sector 4. Now. But. That's not a request. Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. The black Nomu emerged from the wreckage of the car, its obsidian skin unmarked despite the point-blank jet burn. It opened its mouth, released a guttural roar, and unleashed the same torrent of flames Endeavor had wrought upon it. Boom! The night sky over Hosu was no longer black but dark purple. High above the skyline, the thrum-thrum-thrum of a news helicopter cut through the sounds of sirens. Inside, a reporter gripped her headset, her face pale. This is NHK News, reporting live over Hosu City, she shouted over the wind. What began as sporadic reports of villain activity has escalated into a full-scale catastrophe. We are seeing multiple points of combustion across the residential and commercial districts. Early reports suggest the involvement of the League of Villains, the same group responsible for the UA High School incident. The chaos is absolute, and while pro-heroes are responding, the sheer scale of the... She stopped, her eyes widening as a plume of orange fire erupted from Sector 4, momentarily outshining the helicopter's searchlights. "My God," she whispered, forgetting her script. "It looks like a war zone." The explosions didn't stop. "There. Zoom in there," the reporter said quickly. The camera locked onto a wide street in Sector 4. Even from this height, the devastation was obvious: cratered pavement, overturned vehicles, shattered storefronts. Their attention was drawn when a streak of smaller attacks emerged several hundred meters away. At a speed hard to follow with the naked eye, two figures could be seen speeding throughout the district. "Is that Ingenium?" The reporter was nudged out of her daze, quickly remembering her job. "We can't get a clear shot of what's going on, but further off, pro-heroes can be seen evacuating civilians from the area. Authorities are urging all civilians in unaffected areas to find cover, remain indoors and avoid Sector 4 entirely." The helicopter pulled higher, retreating as another shockwave rippled through the air. "For now, this is all we can report. Hosu City is under attack. Undisclosed location." Miles away, in a room draped in shadow and the hum of life support machinery, the same news broadcast flickered on a wall of monitors. The blue light reflected off the scarred, featureless face of the man sitting in the center of the dark. "Such a noisy world," All for One murmured, his voice carrying a surprisingly smooth, cultured tone that greatly contrasted with the scarring of his features. His eyes never left the destruction taking place on the screen. Beside him, Dar. Garaki leaned forward, his circular glasses glinting. The doctor was tapping a tablet with manic energy, his eyes dancing across biological data feeds. "The telemetry is fascinating, Sensei," Garaki uttered, looking at a feed that showed Endeavor standing amidst the rubble of Sector 4. "But tell me, Sensei, do you truly believe Tamura's plan will work? Can these three truly bring down the man who stands just a step behind your old rival?" All for One tilted his head and, after a moment of silence, let out a small, amused chuckle. "The honest truth, Doctor? No. The chances of those three defeating Endeavor in a head-on confrontation are slim to none." Garaki blinked, surprised. "Then why the upgrades? We spent a great deal of effort perfecting that heat-resistant hide as well as giving them extra quirks. If they are destined to fail, why waste the resources?" "Because, Doctor, I am a teacher," All for One replied calmly. "And Tamura is a student who currently believes that power is a simple equation of A beats B. For years now, grooming Tamura Shigaraki had been All for One's second biggest problem. It was not something to be rushed overnight but had to be instilled through a teacher even greater than he was. Failure. He had given Tamura 6 Nomu instead of 3, and gone to the liberties of increasing the Nomu's strength and quirks, not because he expected success, but to move the needle from certain failure to an interesting possibility. Even then, the deciding factor of this entire operation didn't rest on the Nomu, but rather, on the hero killer Tamura so despised. Both were ignorant to think their plans would unfold easily without a hitch. Unlike Tamura, he had studied the number 2 hero for decades. No matter how far behind he stood compared to his old rival, he remained the number 2 hero for a reason. The current capabilities of the Nomu without intelligence were far from good enough to beat him head-on. The harsh reality, Doctor, is if this were an open field, Endeavor would incinerate all 3 within 3 minutes. Then it's a sacrifice? Garaki asked. It is an investment, All for One corrected. Tamura would soon learn all of this and would have to either adapt his strategy or suffer another humiliating defeat in a short period of time. It would increase his rage and his hate and make him reach his full potential. He gestured to the screen. Let the boy watch his invincible monsters struggle. It is the only way he will learn anything. In Hosu, a torrent of flames shot back towards Endeavor, engulfing the flame hero with his own jet burn. The explosion that followed resounded through the sector. Endeavor! Tensei yelled. I'm fine. Endeavor replied, virtually unharmed from the cloud of fire all around him. Be careful. This one's quirk is absorption and release. The flames of the creature ran out. Turning his head, Endeavor's face darkened. Watch out. A gust of wind blew past Ingenium. Tilting, his eyes caught a serrated bone blade slicing towards his head. Thud. The earth froze as a leg stomped on the ground. The next second, it grew rapidly, shooting forward like a missile at its target. The Nomu's blade was inches away from a headshot when it was encased with ice, stopping its movements just a bit short of Ingenium's skull. Ingenium leaped backwards. His eyes followed the wave of ice to its point of origin. In the distance, Todoroki exhaled frosty air. Ice partially clung to one half of his body while he held the body of Mirage on the other. Nice move, Todoroki. Ida muttered beside him while carrying a pro-hero on his back. Thanks. Todoroki responded. But I don't think it'll hold. He had barely voiced his worries when cracks emerged on the ice. Endeavor frowned. What the hell is he doing? What are you waiting for, Ingenium? Clear the 3-block radius. No! Todoroki shouted from behind the ice barrier. Don't underestimate these things. They're like the creature that fought All Might at the USJ. They don't feel pain, and they have multiple quirks. Endeavor's frown deepened. So that's how it is? The cracking ice finally shattered. The Crimson Nomu broke out, roaring to the sky, just to be hit by a blast of flames. Enough, Shoto. Endeavor uttered as the Crimson Nomu turned its attention back to him. I don't care what they did at your school. None of you are strong enough to get involved in what comes next. You'll only get in the way. His gaze shifted between it and the obsidian creature in the distance. Its body was trembling rapidly as the muscles enlarged to larger proportions. So it's activating another quirk. Still. But. Go. Endeavor bellowed. These things are here for me. As long as I'm the target, civilians and injured heroes are just obstacles. Get them clear, and I'll handle this without holding back. The obsidian Nomu leaped upward, shattering the concrete beneath its feet. The Crimson Nomu dashed forward, swinging its bone blades. Endeavor in the middle, released a burst of flames shooting in all directions. The explosion that followed was deafening. Dust and debris flew in all directions, causing Todoroki to shield his eyes. Let's go. Ingenium lifted 2 heroes over his shoulders. Watchbird. Earthshaker. Priority evacuation, all injured heroes and civilians within 3 blocks. We need to clear the wounded before anyone else gets hurt. Tenya. Todoroki. With me. We're on containment duty. He grabbed the 2 injured heroes in a single motion, running at rapid speed. Watchbird took to the air, carrying another pro. Earthshaker used his quirk to create a stone platform, loading unconscious heroes onto it before pulling them away like a makeshift sled. Tenya followed after his brother, while Todoroki took one look at the smoke cloud, gritted his teeth and moved 3 heroes with his ice. Behind him, the dust blew apart, showing Endeavor in a blaze of fire while clamping both the bone blade and the Nomu's punch on his sides with both hands. The ground underneath had shattered as he stood on one knee with creaking joints. Damn it! His face turned dark and eased a second later as the heroes retreated at his commands. Finally. Flames erupted from his palms, shooting both backwards by several feet. Pushed back, the obsidian Nomu roared. Its muscle augmentation reached a grotesque peak as it threw a punch with enough force to level an apartment complex. Endeavor didn't block it this time. He leaned back, the fist whistling past his face with enough wind pressure to cut his cheek. In the same motion, he ducked beneath the obsidian's guard and drove his fist directly into its solar plexus. Flashfire fist. Boom! The creature was hit with a jet stream of fire and kinetic force. It shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the earth several times before crashing into a building on the other end of the street. Scree! It happened then. The Crimson released an ear-splitting scream. Too slow. Fire jets erupted from his feet, propelling the pro into the air. The sonic attack missed its target, slamming directly into the obsidian unit on the other end of the street. That's it. Endeavor yelled as flames compressed at his fingertips. The Crimson Nomu looked up. Focus on me. With a suddenness that defied its bulk, it lunged. Its feet shattered the pavement as it propelled itself forward. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hell Spider. Dozens of thin, searing lines of fire erupted from his fingers towards the advancing Nomu. The Crimson Nomu barely had time to react as dozens of crisscrossing lines sliced through its body. The fire line sliced past him, destroying the earth beneath as well. Boom! The earth shook as the concrete was utterly destroyed. Smoke and fire rose beneath him as Endeavor let out an exhale. Smoke drifted low across the asphalt. Even with the obstruction, he could still make out the lines Hell Spider had carved, etched into the pavement like molten scars. Soon, the dust settled over the scorched pavement, revealing a gruesome sight. Down below, the Crimson Nomu lay in pieces. Its body and head were torn apart so badly that not even its regeneration could save it. Endeavor descended slowly, his boots touching the cracked earth. So this is what All Might struggled against. Endeavor wondered, his eyes lingering on the steaming remains of the crimson creature. High physical specs. Multiple quirks. Durability beyond reason, but that's all there is. His eyes flicked over the battlefield. There were no tactics. No feints. No awareness beyond what was directly in front of them. They attacked like animals. Powerful ones, but animals all the same. Perhaps that one had even stronger quirks than these, he reasoned. Or maybe it had a mind. That would explain it. Shoto's description of the USJ Beast's battle with All Might had put the creature on equal ground physically, which to him was absurd in all dimensions. Now supposedly fighting creatures of similar might, he had only moderately exerted himself in this entire fight. Clearly, something wasn't adding up. However, it didn't matter. If this was the best the League could muster to counter him, they had miscalculated. He turned his gaze toward the destroyed building down the street, watching as the obsidian Nomu shoved aside a fallen support beam, its black hide glowing. One left here, and... Endeavor's eyes scanned the vicinity, his brow furrowing as he did a mental head count. Where's the third? A distant, guttural roar echoed from 2 blocks away, followed by the sound of shattering glass and the panicked screams of civilians. Endeavor's head snapped toward the sound. On a rooftop in the distance, he saw a lanky silhouette leaping toward the very area where Ingenium and the interns were heading with the evacuees. Damn it. They haven't cleared the area yet? He had assumed Ingenium's initial strike had neutralized the third beast or at least kept it grounded. He hadn't accounted for its mobility, or its lack of interest in him. Endeavor crouched, flames erupting from his heels to propel himself toward the rescue site, but he didn't get the chance to take off. Behind him, the obsidian Nomu had fully emerged from the wreckage, its jaw unhinging to an impossible degree. Then, it released everything. It fired a concentrated, fire-charged sonic scream, a devastating fusion of the Crimson's frequency and the heat it had stolen from Endeavor's own jet burn. The attack tore through the street like a horizontal cyclone, vaporizing the asphalt in its path. What the? Endeavor turned around. Seeing the attack, with no time to dodge, he thrust both hands forward, compressing the flames into a dense, wall-like shield. Flash fire, ignited curtain. The two forces slammed into each other midway. The collision resulted in a blinding, white-hot explosion that sent a mushroom cloud of fire and dust billowing into the sky. A distant, guttural roar echoed from 2 blocks away, followed by the sound of shattering glass and the panicked screams of civilians. Endeavor's head snapped toward the sound. On a rooftop in the distance, he saw a lanky silhouette leaping toward the very area where Ingenium and the interns were heading with the evacuees. Damn it! They haven't cleared the area yet? In the distance, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and burning plastic. The chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps echoed on the cracked pavement. This way! This way! Earthshaker stood at an intersection, his stone-coated arms gesturing as civilians sprinted past him. No pushing. Keep moving in an orderly fashion. Stay on the marked path, another hero called from further down the street. Keep your loved ones close. Emergency shelter is 3 blocks north. The street had become a river of terrified humanity. Families clutched children to their chests, their faces masks of barely controlled panic. Elderly citizens struggled to keep pace, some supported by younger strangers who'd abandoned their own flight to help. Office workers were numerous, their phones clutched uselessly in shaking hands. The air reeked of smoke and fear. What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man gasped as he hurried past, his briefcase long forgotten. Haven't you heard? A woman beside him replied. The whole city's under attack. They're saying it's the League of Villains. The same group that attacked UA. What the hell are these lunatics doing in Hosu? My husband, an elderly woman sobbed to no one in particular, tears streaming down her face. He isn't home yet. He was working late and I don't know if he's. Ma'am, please keep moving, a hero gently urged, guiding her forward. We'll have emergency services coordinate with families once everyone's secure. Damn villains, a teenager muttered, helping his younger siblings along. Why here? Why not anywhere else? Amidst the chaos, a 10-year-old girl clung tighter to the man carrying her, her small fingers digging into his shirt. Her eyes darted to every sound, every distant explosion. Are we going to be okay, Daddy? Her voice was barely audible over the noise. The man, mid-30s, his business shirt torn and dirted, looked down at his daughter. His face was tight with worry. But when he met her gaze, his expression softened. Don't worry, sweetheart. He adjusted his grip. Everything's gonna be fine. The heroes are here. They'll get us to safety and stop whatever's happening. Promise? Promise. Behind them, an explosion lit up the night sky. Close enough to feel the heat. The little girl flinched, burying her face in her father's shoulder. In a corner storefront, its windows blown out and interior scorched, several injured heroes rested against the wall. Tenya stood nearby. You sure you're okay? He asked for the 3rd time. How many times do I have to say it? One of the pros, a man with metallic skin that was cracked and bleeding in several places, snapped with irritation. We're pros. We're fine, so just, a hand fell on his shoulder, cutting him off. He's just trying to be helpful. Cut the kid some slack. Torque uttered. Unlike the other, his injuries came from bearing the brunt of Endeavor's rebounded flames. The metallic hero exhaled, feeling exhausted. Sorry. It's just, this is bad. Real bad. And having a student worry about us when we should be protecting them. He shook his head. It's backwards. We're all doing what we can. Torque turned to Tenya. But he's right about one thing. You should be with your brother coordinating the evacuation, not babysitting us. We can handle ourselves. Tenya hesitated for a moment. Understood. Please signal if your condition worsens. He activated his engines and shot back toward the main evacuation route. Torque watched him go, then looked at his injured colleague. Kids are tougher than we give them credit for. Doesn't change anything, the metallic hero muttered. You're right. It doesn't. Further down the evacuation route, keep moving. Don't look back. Tensei shouted, his voice strained as he guided a group of nearly 30 civilians down a side street. Single file through the narrow sections. Watchbird, give me an eye on that smoke plume. Is the heat spreading? Negative, ingenium. The aerial hero called down from above. The main fire is contained to Endeavor's position. But I'm seeing movement on the rooftops. It's one of those things. Heading your way. Damn it. Weren't they supposed to be drawn to Endeavor? Ingenium's mind raced. Which direction? Northwest. Maybe 30 seconds out. Tensei looked up, catching the rhythmic thrum of a news helicopter circling high above, its searchlight cutting through the bruised purple haze of the Hosu sky. He knew the world was watching, but he had no time for the cameras. 30 seconds wasn't enough time to clear everyone. The street was too narrow, the crowd too dense with the elderly and the injured. If that creature landed here, people will die. He spoke into his comms. Everyone listen up. Keep the evacuation going. Make sure all the civilians get to safety. In that case, he would need to draw away its attention before it got here. I'll hold it off until the evacuation is complete. But Captain. That's an order. Now get to work. He dashed in the opposite direction of the crowd. Propulsion jets shot out of his arm engines as he parkoured over the buildings onto the rooftop. Up ahead, the news chopper followed as they recognized the number 67 Pro on the hero billboard ranks. Meanwhile, as Ingenium landed in a half-kneeling posture on the roof, a massive hand slammed into the roof of the opposite building. Concrete exploded outward as razor-sharp claws gouged into the roof's edge. The creature hauled itself up with a violent jerk and threw back its head. Then it roared into the night sky. With the distance closed, there was no hiding its form now. Brown, leathery skin stretched over a hunched, quadrupedal frame. Bulging muscles, a pulsing brain protected only by a translucent film, and limbs that ended in long, curved claws that scraped against the concrete. A beast type, Ingenium assessed quickly. Most likely a transformation quirk. His gaze narrowed. But Ida's classmates said these things possess multiple quirks. There's always a chance it has more than one. Heat rolled off his arms. The familiar warning signs of his overheating engines. Damn it, already overheating. It seemed a long brawl was out of the question. However, that wasn't up to him to decide. I don't know why it didn't stay focused on Endeavor, but trying to lead it away is too risky. If it decides I'm not worth the chase, it'll head straight back to that crowd. I have to pin it here. Close combat was unavoidable. The problem was obvious. The thing looked built for it. A biological tank that had already shrugged off a high-speed recipro punch earlier. I can either attack with everything in hopes of a knockout, or try to evade and buy time. In that case, I'll. The Nomu didn't let him finish. With a violent spring of its hind legs, it launched itself into the sky. It reached the apex of its jump and plummeted like a falling anvil, swinging its claws in a wide arc. Tensei engaged his side thrusters, pushing himself to the side with a desperate burst of speed. Bang! The roof nearly shattered. Spiderweb cracks exploded outward from the point of impact, sending centuries of dust and gravel flying into the air. Tensei skidded, his boots sparking against the concrete until his back hit the bulkhead of the rooftop access door. It's fast. The thought had barely formed when the beast pivoted on instinct, swinging a heavy claw toward his midsection. Tensei leaped upward, the propulsion from his boots carrying him just high enough to feel the wind of the strike pass beneath him. The reinforced concrete wall behind him was annihilated in a single blow, turning into a cloud of red brick dust and splintered wood. Tensei frowned under his helmet, his heart hammering against his ribs. Is this strong too? He landed on the next building. A mutant transformation quirk that grants massive enhancements to speed and power. That would explain the claws. The creature didn't give him a second to breathe. It leaped again, its tail acting as a rudder in midair to adjust its trajectory. I can't play defense forever, Tensei decided. His arm engines gave a high-pitched whine as he forced them back into a high-output state. Recipro. Extend. Blue flames erupted from his elbows. The creature swung its claws. Ingenium ducked past, blue flames propelling him laterally. The claws missed by inches, carving 3 deep gouges in the concrete where he'd been standing. He didn't waste the opening. His arm engines roared, and he twisted his body, driving his fist forward with everything his recipro extend could give him. The punch connected with the Nomu's jaw, snapping its head to the side. The creature staggered backward, claws scraping against the rooftop for balance. Tensei pressed forward immediately. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, throwing a second punch at the exposed ribs. The Nomu twisted, taking the hit on its shoulder instead of its torso. Tensei's fist struck dense muscle that felt like hitting a car door. But the force still drove it back another meter. Keep the pressure on. He threw another attack. Don't let it think. What followed was a flurry of attacks. His engines grew hotter the longer he kept recipro active, but he couldn't let up now. Left jab. Right cross. Uppercut. Each strike was empowered by propulsive bursts from his arm engines, each one driving the creature backward inch by inch. However, in that moment, the Nomu's left arm flattened and expanded. The flesh knitted together, hardening into a thick, organic shielding wall that intercepted Tensei's next punch. The shield bore the brunt of the impact, while Tensei's arm felt like he'd struck solid steel. It transformed. Another quirk. Realizing the opening had vanished, Tensei attempted to leap backward to regain his footing, but the creature was faster. Its shielding arm shifted again, elongating and narrowing into a whip-like appendage. It lashed forward, catching the turbo hero midair. The force was like being hit by a freight train, sending Tensei hurtling across the street and crashing through the upper-story window of a nearby house. He hit the floor hard, sliding through a dining table before coming to a stop in the center of a living room. Glass shards and splinters of wood rained over him. What followed was pain. Ugh! He groaned, forcing his eyes to focus. He was in a living room, modest, lived in, with family photos on the walls. The furniture was overturned from his violent entrance. And huddled in the corner, pressed against each other in terror, were 2 children. A girl, maybe 10 years old. A younger boy, clutching an All Might action figure. Their eyes were wide with fear, staring at him. Children. They weren't evacuated. Tensei's blood ran cold. You can't be here, he gasped, trying to push himself upright. His ribs screamed in protest. It's not safe. You need to crash. News helicopter, above Hosu, 7:43 p.m. This is Ayaka Fujimoto with NHK News, reporting live from above Hosu City, the reporter said, gripping her headset as the helicopter banked hard to avoid another plume of smoke. What we're witnessing tonight is unprecedented in modern hero society. Multiple coordinated attacks across the city have pushed local hero agencies to their absolute limit. The cameraman adjusted his lens, focusing on the rooftop battle unfolding below. We have visual confirmation of pro-hero Ingenium, ranked number 67 on the hero billboard chart, engaging what appears to be a large-scale mutant-type villain. Her voice carried forced professionalism over rising panic. The creature greatly resembles one of the villains apprehended during the attack on UA a month prior. With this one seemingly moving on all fours. We're getting reports now that similar attacks are occurring in at least 3 other locations across Hosu. The creature Ingenium is fighting is one of several entities of similar design. The camera captured Ingenium dodging a claw strike. Ingenium is known for his high-speed rescue operations and combat prowess, but this opponent. She stopped as the creature's blow demolished an entire rooftop access structure. This opponent is pushing him to his absolute limits. In the studio, the anchors watched the feed with serious faces. Fujimoto-san, can you confirm if there are civilians in the area? Negative, Ayaka replied, watching as Ingenium landed a solid punch that actually drove the creature backward. It appears the evacuation is still ongoing. We can see other heroes coordinating civilian movement a distance away from the combat zone. Ingenium seems to be He's deliberately keeping the creature's attention on himself, drawing it away from the evacuation route. The camera zoomed in as Ingenium launched a flurry of recipropowered strikes. He's pressing the offensive now. The creature is being driven back, but the creature's arm transformed, expanding into a shield. What? Ayaka's voice faltered. Did you see that? The villain its arm. It just deflected Ingenium's attack and now the arm elongated into a whip. Oh God. Crack. The transformed limb struck Ingenium with devastating force, launching him through the air. Ingenium's down. Ayaka shouted, abandoning all pretense of journalistic distance. He's been thrown through a building window. We're losing visual. The camera struggled to track through the smoke and debris. Can we confirm his status? The studio anchor's voice was tight. Unknown. The building he crashed into appears to be residential. We're trying to get a better angle. Across the nation, the public watched in stunned silence. In Tokyo, commuters gathered around giant displays in Shibuya Crossing. In quiet suburban homes, families huddled together, their faces illuminated by the blue light of the broadcast. What's going on? Is that Hosu? Is that Ingenium? Oh my goodness! Murmurs swept through homes and streets as all those watching recoiled at Ingenium getting slammed into a building. I can't believe it. Yeah. First, Yue's attack. Now this. This league of villains is growing more rampant with each appearance. You think Ingenium's gonna be okay? Now we can only watch. Reinforcements should come in soon. Meanwhile, in a residential building in Hosu, crash. Multiple tendrils burst through the walls like spears, the Nomu's transformed arms extending with horrifying speed. Tensei's body moved on instinct. He tilted his body to the left. A tendril grazed past the side of his helmet, while the other dented his armor and injured his shoulder. The third found its mark, piercing straight through his stomach. Ugh! Tensei let out a strangled groan. The children whimpered in terror. The tendril retracted, pulling free with another horrible squelch. Ingenium collapsed to one knee, his hand instinctively pressing against the wound. Blood seeped between his fingers. This is bad, he thought at the sounds of the children behind him. Get up. Outside, the Nomu landed on the street. Tensei raised his head. The Nomu's arms twisted, reforming into multiple sharp lances aimed directly at the gaping hole in the house. The transformed arm shot forward at a rapid pace. Worse still, Ingenium couldn't dodge. Not because he couldn't, but if he did, the attacks would shred the children behind him. The tendrils shot forward. Crack. A leg slammed into the ground with tremendous force. A massive wave of ice erupted from the pavement, surging forward like a frozen tsunami. It blocked the entrance to the house completely, encasing the incoming tendrils in a crystalline prison before they could reach Tensei. The Nomu's head snapped toward the source. Todoroki Shoto stood at the end of the street, his right side frosting over. Seems it was a good idea to tag along. Todoroki? Ida was worried you couldn't handle it on your own, Todoroki spoke out, his right side radiating a freezing mist. So I came to help. Leave now. This isn't an enemy you can deal with. Tensei warned, but his words were drowned out by a piercing, metallic scream. The Nomu's arms began to bulge and pulse, the muscle fibers expanding until they were the size of tree trunks. It's activating another quirk. Todoroki didn't hesitate, slamming his palm to the ground to send a second, even larger wave of ice toward the beast. But the augmented Nomu didn't dodge. Its massive, reinforced limbs shot forward, ramming right through the ice as if it were thin glass. The frozen structure shattered, shards flying in all directions. The lances, now backed by the force of 1,000 tons of pressure, hurtled toward Todoroki at terminal velocity. Damn it. Ice shot up from his feet, creating an ice wall. Simultaneously, he propelled himself backwards. Bang! The wall was blown apart. Shoto's eyes widened. He was still in his recovery frames, he couldn't put up another wall in time. The tips of the organic spears were inches from his chest. And that's when... Clang! Out of nowhere, a heavy manhole cover sailed through the air with the speed of a disc saw, slamming into the Nomu's face and jerking its aim off course by a fraction of an inch. Huh! Before Todoroki could process what happened, a hand firmly gripped Todoroki's collar as, out of nowhere, Yuta Akutami appeared like a ghost in the middle of the street. Having moved with a body flicker, Yuta grabbed Shoto and leaped. Using his chakra-enhanced strength while midair, he pulled Shoto upwards, out of the line of fire just as the Nomu's spears pierced the air where Shoto's chest had been. Todoroki's world spun around before everything returned to normal. A second later, he found himself a dozen feet above the floor, with a force holding him by his collar at the other end. What the? He dangled for a moment, the wind whistling past his ears, his mind racing to catch up with the sheer speed of what had just happened. Then he looked up at the figure perched atop the flickering streetlight with the effortless balance of an eagle. He wore a heavy, tactical black hoodie with stark white trim that traced the contours of his torso and sleeves like a skeletal circuit board. A ninja mask, matte black, covered the lower half of his face, leaving only a pair of red eyes with 3 commas visible beneath the shadow of his hood. Reinforced gauntlets on his forearms and tactical utility trousers tucked into heavy boots. Tell me. On a scale of 1 to 10, how dead would you be without my help? The voice came off with a deeper edge due to the muffle of the mask, but it was one Todoroki recognized. Akutami? In the flesh. Or the polyester, technically, Yuta replied, releasing his grip. Todoroki landed on his feet, his gaze already shifting back down from the Nomu currently recovering from the manhole cover to the face. The monster let out a guttural, wet growl. The heavy iron disc that Yuta had hurled was embedded halfway into the creature's distorted skull, but even as they watched, the bone and muscle began to bubble and knit together, pushing the metal out until it clattered onto the pavement. 10, Shoto muttered, his right hand igniting in a flurry of frost as he stabilized himself. I would have been a 10. Good. Honesty is the first step toward not getting skewered. Yuta looked up. His Sharingan locked on to the news helicopter in the distance. I'm on live TV. The camera was zooming in, everyone probably searching their memories for the identity of the masked savior who had just snatched the son of Endeavor from the jaws of death. In response, Yuta raised 2 fingers in a lazy wave. A cocky, casual hail to the lens. Is he saluting us? Ayaka Fujimoto's voice was broadcast to the nation. Across Japan, the image froze on that action. But the moment was short-lived. Scree. The Nomu, having fully ejected the manhole cover from its skull, focused its lidless eye on the streetlight. Its body rippled as it activated muscle augmentation and transforming arms simultaneously. Then proceeded to shoot them forward. Look out!
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.